I can't even. I can't even say TikTok time to rock. Oh man, are we live? Oh
Yes,
boy.
we are.
All right, we're live. All right, ladies and gentlemen, TikTok time to rock. Should we tell them what we're laughing about? Keep in
Yeah.
mind, keep in mind, we were talking about stories emerging about the president of Iran being in a helicopter crash. I said I can't laugh. If this guy died, I'm not gonna laugh about that. But then AP told something that you tell me what your follow up was, which is what I did start cracking up laughing about.
Yeah, so the president of Iran, Raisi, he was involved in a helicopter crash, and there is no confirmation as to whether he's alive or not. And they're searching for him, but somebody early on, as soon as it happens, started that started that joke and said, "It it was revealed that the pilot's name is Eli Copter."
It's a Jewish guy. They're blaming the Jews. The guy's name is Eli. But they said his name is
And
Eli Copter.
like helicopter, and
But
and the WhatsApp group, an Iranian WhatsApp group close to the IRGC actually thought that it's serious without even thinking about it, and said that there are rumors that uh, an individual named Eli Copter was involved.
20,
Uh,
20 minutes from now, Jake Shields will post. look, look what the Jews did. His name is Eli Copter. Oh boy. Uh, and then we were
it's, uh,
cracking up because I said, okay, don't you think you might be a little suspicious that the name is Eli Copter, like for a helicopter pilot? And then I gave the possible response. Well, maybe that's why he became a helicopter pilot. What would you
yeah,
do if your name was Eli Copter? Wouldn't you want to become a helicopter pilot? Oh boy. Anyway, that's what we were laughing at. Anyway, AP,
yeah,
um, this if whether he's alive, I mean, if there was a crash and he like survived and it's all amazing, then his supporters are going to find that inspiring. You see, this is the proof. um but if he's dead, you're going to see his opponents, which is most of the country, can't stand
yeah.
this dude, blasting away at him. And so once more details come in, we probably need to get Armin back. Armin, because he is one of the best on the planet at discussing what goes on in Iran.
Yeah, I personally have no reservations and will feel quite happy and rejoice if it is confirmed that he's dead. Um, so I hope for the best. He is indeed very unpopular. The election turnout was like around 40% or something like that when he was elected, where like 70% of those I think voted for him. But still, it was like most of the country doesn't even vote anymore because they don't see the point of it. Um,
Yeah, and
as soon as
Armin was pointing out that some people are like required to vote as part of their job.
yeah,
So he's
yeah,
saying the
yeah.
actual level of interest isn't even that.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think people are actually by law required to go and vote, but people just refuse to do it. Um, as soon as news came out that there is that he was involved in a helicopter crash, uh, people around Iran started celebrating, and we have videos of fireworks in Iran and celebrations and memes and jokes and all kinds of different things, which is no surprise because the guy Ibrahim Raisi, he has a nickname which is the Butcher of Tehran
Mm.
because he was in 1988 he was one of four people on this prosecution committee where they prosecuted and sentenced to death thousands of political prisoners, mostly leftists and others, um, and executed them. And so yeah, this guy, he has a lot of blood on his hands.
Yeah, and these are the same, these are the same leaders who are leading the crackdown on just like ordinary people. When you see all the protesters getting beaten up and locked up and executed and uh, molested and so on, is one of the guys behind it all. And so people will not be sad to see him go.
Yep.
Indeed. Anyway, that's what AP was laughing about beforehand. All right, guys. So the show tonight, we have a challenge from the Deen Show. The Deen Show posted a little video clip from one of their longer shows. Anyway, they posted a short clip that was just them challenging people. If you don't believe the Quran, read it, and try to find an error. You'll never do it, not in a trillion years. So we're gonna go. We're a little intimidated by that challenge, but we're gonna take our best shot. We're going to take our best shot. Actually, it's not even our best shot. If we wanted to take our best shot, we'd really put we could do that, AP. We could make a bigger, more detailed, in-depth video going through it, or make like a top 10 or top 20 or top 50 or top 100 or something like that list of Quran errors in response to the Deen Show's challenge. But hats off to the Deen Show for actually challenging us to find errors in the Quran. We're going to look at that in a bit. Before we do that, we are going to listen a little bit to a few seconds of what Usyk said after his fight, in case anyone can figure out what he's saying. He has a thick accent. His English isn't very good. So
you sick. Is that what you said?
Super cool guy. I like him. I like Usyk. Cool that he won. Tough times for Ukraine. I was rooting for Tyson Fury, but it's just awesome. I also know there's going to be a rematch. I suspect Tyson Fury will win the rematch, and then you get the third fight. Those are always the coolest fights. That's your Muhammad Ali versus Joe Frazier 3 and so on. Anyway, we're going to take a look at that, see what he's talking about. And then we're going to look at a couple of tweets from AP's hero, the Muslim Cowboy.
Okay.
The Muslim Cowboy. That dude can't shut his mouth. And every time he opens his mouth, it's something totally embarrassing to him and his religion. He does not care because his fans don't care. His fans don't know anything. And as long as he sounds like he's thumping his chest. Now the Dawah scene has devolved completely so far that as long as you simply sound like you're saying something positive about Islam, they'll cheer for you. It doesn't matter how heretical. It doesn't matter if it qualifies you as an apostate. It doesn't matter if non-Muslims are going to interpret this as you insulting your own religion. It does not matter. As long as you sound like you're speaking confidently about your religion, they will cheer for you, and it is a glorious sight to behold. So we're gonna do that, and then we are going to, after that, we're gonna jump into the challenge from the Deen Show, and then we're going to try. We'll probably fail, but we're gonna try to find some errors in the Quran, because that was the challenge. We didn't do that. They challenged us. They challenged me and AP. They challenge all of you out there to try to find errors in the Quran. So that's a quick outline of the show. Let's take a couple super chats, and then we will talk briefly. This will only be a couple minutes talking about the Usyk thing. I want to see if anyone is hearing what I'm hearing. We'll see. Thank you both for being such great allies to Israel and the Jewish people. And to our favorite new Jew, Eli Copter. I'm waiting for Jake Shields. Yes, it's been revealed it is Eli Copter. He was a Mossad agent.
It's so funny. People are sharing a screenshot from an Arabic news group on Telegram with 136,000 subscribers, saying it is said that the helicopter pilot was an Israeli Mossad agent named Eli Copter.
That's funny. I was deliberately making fun of them for being dumb, and they're doing it. Oh boy. Wow. Islam is they give you terrorism and stuff like that, but they also give you these moments of top-notch humor. I slam, you slam, we all slam for Islam. Great work. That's right. Islam, putting the laughter in slaughter for 14 centuries. No, it wasn't Eli Copter. It was Samuel Heidenbaum. Heidenbaum. Abu Bakr. D. Wood, love recent video on Jordan Peterson's no good argument for atheism. Your pauses and reactions were hilarious. Yes, they were. By the way, what does AP think of JP's what? I guess, what do you think of JP in general? You like JP. We all like JP. We don't agree with everything he said. We think he's kind of naive about certain things. But I don't know. Maybe he was maybe he means JP's claim, because he did make a claim. JP said, there is no good argument for atheism. To which atheist reacts, we don't need a good argument. We don't believe you guys have a good argument. Something like that. Did you even see the clip that he's talking about here?
Is it about J.P. Morgan or what is this?
Yeah, J.P. Morgan Stanley.
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't. I actually didn't see it.
He didn't see it. He didn't see it. So no response from AP.
Yeah. No.
Sid says, good riddance when it comes to Iran, Prez. That is some amazing timing, though. All the stuff that's going on over there. And then his helicopter crashes. You wonder. This is a situation where you wonder if there's foul play. I mean, especially Iran. Iran keeps screwing around with Israel. No wonder people are going, oh, maybe it's Eli Copter.
The funny thing is, it doesn't really look like Allah is very much on the side of the Islamists here, because just in the early stages of the war, in the first month, there was this Turkish politician in the parliament who was like, may Allah curse Israel and those who stand with them, and so on. And then he had a heart attack immediately, and he died. It's on camera.
Yeah.
And then and now we have the president of Iran, the major country that is waging the proxy war against Israel, is in a helicopter crash and most likely dead. I mean, they're still searching for him, but it's very unlikely that he's still alive. It's funny. I was looking through memes posted by Iranians, and there were like memes of just wolves smiling and surrounding.
They go hard, man. They go hard over there. They're going hard.
Yeah, but yeah, so Allah doesn't seem to really like the whole Hamas thing.
Yeah, I have to say, I mean, guys, at what point do you start thinking, hey, maybe God isn't with us in blasting away at Israel and starting wars in every direction? Maybe he's not on our side. Because I mean, think about this from an Islamic perspective of like the guys who are out there urging people to fight for Israel. It's Allah really wants you to fight and destroy Israel and take over the world. Really, really wants you to do that. And yet you keep getting crushed. So at what point do you start to wonder if Allah is really on your side?
Maybe Allah is kind of stuck. You know, he has to come down to the nearest heaven to listen to the prayers and all that. And he's stuck somewhere. He hasn't been able to come down to listen to the prayer, so he doesn't really know what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone's praying, but maybe Allah's he's been a little too busy to come down and hear the prayers. So he doesn't know what's going on.
He's getting too old. He can't hear very well. Can you repeat that, please?
Here we have Mr. Bukhari. If Razi dies, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps will crash and burn. Is that true?
I don't think it will be that brutal.
Someone else is going to take over, right?
Yeah, it will probably shake things a little bit and cause some imbalance. But the thing is, the role of the president, if the supreme leader, like if Khamenei died, for example, that would be a huge deal. There will be a huge deal. It will be huge. But the president is not symbolically and spiritually and as a representation of the nation of that great of a significance. However, it will, of course, like bring an imbalance to the situation and possibly weaken them in the current conflict that is ongoing.
Eli Copter had the perfect move.
Oh, by the way, Iran's foreign minister was also reportedly in the same helicopter. So, not just the president, also the foreign minister.
Helicopters seem more dangerous than people think.
Yeah.
It's like Kobe and All kinds of people die on helicopters. Fun fact, Eli Copter and Farfor are besties. No, they're not. They're mortal enemies.
Yeah, enemies.
Rossi is about to meet the 72 virgins in hell. Shiba Dog, samurai armor, holding a golden trophy. Sheikh Mike Wingeling, Sabah Raisi's pilot identified as Benjamin Cohen.
Man, you already see these that like we joke, but as soon as it happened, all the regular people, Suleiman Ahmed and all the others, were like, "Isn't very very big coincidence, right? That there is currently the conflict ongoing, and of all the helicopters out there, this helicopter crashed."
Mm-hmm.
Man.
People posting in the chat, get to the chopper! Get to the chopper! Why was Fury wishing Happy New Year? I don't know. I don't know if that's some New Year on someone else's calendar or if he's just being a goofball, because he is a total goofball. Heard of Abdullah ibn Salam? He was a rabbi in Muhammad's time who believed that Muhammad was in the Bible and converted to Islam. I think it's BS, though. I think it's BS too. Just because there is this tendency in Islam to try and make all these claims about people who are impressed. Like if you read the same sources, they talk about how when news of Muhammad reached the Persian and Byzantine emperors and so on, they're like, oh, this is the man that is prophesied in our books that he's going to arrive in Arabia. Oh no. And it's like, none of these guys ever heard of it. So why is that in the sources? Is that really happening? And then Muhammad goes and he meets a monk and, oh, you're the one that we read about in our sources. We've got those sources where? We can't find it. Muslims have had 14 centuries to find these amazing prophecies, and they can't. And if you look at Abdullah ibn Salam, what impressed him, it's the most idiotic thing. Like you couldn't be a knowledgeable Jew and think that Muhammad's responses to your questions were impressive, because his responses were completely idiotic. So anyway, but maybe we'll talk about that one day, because I wouldn't mind going through all that stuff, and actually looking up those sources and showing why some of these hadiths are sort of beyond ridiculous.
It would be based.
It would be based. God bless you both. Thank you for helping to protect our country from Sharia law. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, even in spite of AP's doom and gloom, we're all doomed. It's too late. Just go live in a bunker. No, not going to happen. We will crush them.
As long as David and I are here, there will be no Sharia in the West.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Over our rotting corpses will they establish Sharia. Shouldn't have flown in the mist. You see. I can't see anything, you see. That's true. It's being said that the President Raisi and there's lots of comments here about the Iran thing. It's being said that President Raisi and Ayatollah Khamenei's son were the two main candidates for the next supreme leader of the Islamic Republic.
Yeah, there have been lots of speculations that Raisi might become the next supreme leader after Khamenei. I
read this as President Raisi and Ayatollah Khamenei had a son together. Let me look at what it said. Being said that President Raisi and Ayatollah Khamenei's son, like they got together. I don't know who the man is. I don't know who the man was in that relationship, but you can never tell with those guys.
Yeah.
Of course, Allah isn't on their side. God curses those who curse the Jews. It's why Islam has been fractured and incoherent from the beginning. It's why Muhammad died in such pain and ignominy. Yeah, he did. I mean, I know you got lots of Jews, especially in Israel. They don't have a problem with Islam nearly as much as we do. But I have to say, if I were a Jew and I were in Israel, or if I were a Jew and somewhere else, I would be throwing this in their faces constantly. Guys, you run your mouths about Khaybar. What happened when your prophet attacked us at Khaybar? Yeah, you conquered Khaybar, and your prophet got poisoned and eventually died. Look what's going on now. The entire world gathered, the entire Muslim Ummah gathered together to attack us, and you lost way back in the day when Israel was really, really weak. And now Israel's really, really powerful, and you guys don't have a chance. And what are you doing? You're whining in tents on college campuses. That's what you're doing, thinking we're making a difference. It's pathetic. Stop. God's not on your side. Look at what happens every time you mess with the Jewish people. I'd be throwing that in their faces constantly. But they won't do it, so we'll have to do it for them, AP.
That is the weird thing. Like all my life, I heard that the Jews, they hate Muslims. The Jews, they want to dominate. And then we go to Israel, and it's like almost whenever I bring up Islam in any discussion, people get like, oh no, well, I don't think it's all of Islam. I think Islam is, generally a good religion.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe my ears.
Yeah, you remember all this? You remember all those chicks in that restaurant, and they're like, "Ooh, you're YouTubers! Ooh, YouTubers!" You're like, "Yeah, we talk about Islam and how it's probably what," and then you wanted to come near us anymore. You know what I mean?
Like, yeah, it was so weird because it's like sentiments that you normally see get in Europe by Europeans about Islam. Suddenly, we go to Israel and we hear them from Israelis, and it's so weird. It's so bizarre because because there's nobody else in the world that is more a target of hatred and propaganda than Israelis and Jews among Muslims in the Muslim world. Very strange to see.
Yeah, I mean, you have Islam, and Islam is being set up to where the Jews are the primary group that is going to be the focus of the wrath of the Ummah, targeted for permanent extermination. And because of this is connected to the hatred of Israel. It's all built into the religion. And Jews are like, oh, we don't want to hurt anyone's feelings about Islam. It's just, we had so many nice Muslims here. It's like, okay, I get it. I get not wanting to stir the pot because you do have millions of Muslims there. We'll do it for you. Don't worry. You sit back. You guys go dance. We'll take it from here.
I get the point. They have established a country and a culture where those Muslims who are citizens, who are part of the nation, the Israeli Arab Muslims, are extremely mild and tolerant, and also, in fact, most of them have no problem with Jews, and most of them say they like Jews or they view the Jews favorably. And it's probably the only Muslim population in the world that has a mostly favorable view of Jews,
yeah.
Which happens to be the one that actually lives among Jews,
yeah.
Which is very interesting. And Israel established that by kind of, I don't know, acting well and treating them well and listening to them and separating Islamist education from Israel and leaving it outside and just, I don't know, creating an environment, fostering an environment of harmony and whatever it is. So I get that. But still, they need to be aware that while Muslim populations within Israel might be quite integrated, the Islamic world is very, very problematic.
Yeah, and you can't just ignore that forever. That's the problem. Like, I get it. I get having millions of Muslims in your population and wanting to get along with them and not wanting to seem like you're attacking them. But there's this big problem in the world, and you're the target of it, and so got to deal with it somehow. So yeah, again, in the meantime, you do you, Israel. We'll take care of Islam for you. Don't worry.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Have you seen the new Adventures of Shake It Off video? Sam Shamoon shared. It's one of the best videos, if not the best, detailing the atrocities of Islam I've ever seen. God bless you and AP. No, have not seen that, but now I'm going to watch it.
I have to check it out.
Yeah. We will check it out. Zionist fog machines. The fog.
Yeah, the accident happened because of fog.
Zionists spread the fogs. Say what you want about Mike Winger, but he's exposing Hin like a boss and not backing down. Yes. Broken clock can be right twice a day. What you have to think about is the motives. Is he exposing Benny Hinn because he's a false teacher, or because Mike Winger is insanely jealous of Benny Hinn's popularity? I'll let you figure it out, but it's the second one.
Hey, maybe you should make a video about the whole synagogue of Satan narrative sometime.
I could. Vocab deals with that a lot because the Black Hebrew Israelites use that all to show that Jews are masquerading. And the people who claim to be Jews are the ones who are masquerading, and the Hebrew Israelites are the true Jews, and so on.
Yeah.
That might be a good one. It might be a good one to get a Michael Brown on to go through verses that are used for anti-Semitic purposes and so on.
Hmm. Hmm.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Shake Mike Wingeling, AP and D Wood. What's your favorite caliph and why?
Favorite caliph.
I don't like any caliphs. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Some of them were actually cooler than others and tried to get along with other people more than others and so on. So, because keep in mind, he's not just talking about the first four caliphs. They had caliphs for many centuries. I don't know. I'd have to think about it.
Yeah, I would have to say one of those early Abbasid caliphs. I don't know what were their names. Uh, I don't know. There were some of the earlier ones that were kind of trying to give, trying to be tolerant toward those Muslims who were following branches like the Mutazila movement, which was kind of being rationalist and which was trying to counter the traditionalist Islamic movements. However, that died out, and the hardliners won over, and that became mainstream Islam. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like any one of them.
All right. All right. We got some more super chats to go to, but let's go ahead and get to first little introductory issue. AP, there was a big tennis match yesterday, as you say.
Oh yeah, I didn't watch it. I don't like tennis.
It's in Saudi Arabia.
Mm-hmm.
The number 1 ranked Tyson Fury versus the number 2 ranked Usyk.
Sick.
Sick. Yeah, so guys, we had the heavyweight boxing championship of the world. It's the first time, and I don't even know how much. You got to go back to like Lennox Lewis and stuff before all the belts were united. So you had like Tyson, he was undisputed and so on. Then Holyfield, he was undisputed and so on. These guys have all the main belts. These guys have all the main belts. Then the belts started getting split up because this guy would refuse to fight this guy, and so the organization would just say, well, if you refuse to fight him, we're giving the belt to him. Or so anyway, so the belts started getting split up, and then you had the Klitschko brothers who each had some of the belts, and they wouldn't fight each other, so the belts were divided for a long time. And then you had, people beating those guys or getting those belts and so on, but the belts have always been divided for like whatever it is, 25 years or something like that. And then, so this is the big fight. The main significance of this fight is this: all the belts were up on the line. So now you're going to finally have an undisputed heavyweight champion. And that was 2 great boxers, 2 of the best there have ever been. The Ukrainian Usyk has superior boxing skills. Tyson Fury has size advantage, reach advantage, height advantage, all that stuff. And so, fight went back and forth. Eventually, Usyk caught him with a clear shot that rung his bell. Then the next round, he caught him with a combination that almost completely knocked Tyson Fury out. Then Tyson Fury started coming back later in the fight, and in the 12th, he even looked like he was almost about to knock Usyk out there for a second. And but anyway, Usyk won by split decision. Awesome. Really good fight. But what's interesting from what we're talking about is that this was in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. This is the capital of Saudi Arabia. I was wondering, like, are they going to put restrictions on these guys? Are they going to tell them, hey, you can't be talking about Jesus out here, can't be wearing any clothes that might offend someone or anything else? But this is how they walked into the ring. So right before the fight was about to start, they walk into the ring, and this is what they were wearing as they walk into the ring. So that's Tyson Fury on the left there, and he walks in wearing this hooded vest type deal, and it's got 316 on the back, standing for John 3:16. And then you have Usyk on the right there, and he's got a cross, and the shirt there in Greek, you can see it O, and then there's what looks like a P is an R, and then what looks like an O with a line through it, that's the th. So that's orthodoxia, so orthodoxy, or death, thanatos, the bottom, thanatos. Orthodoxy or death, with the cross on it. So, dude, you got that. That's why. I mean, I was just loving both these guys. I mean, I loved both of them before. I loved them both when they walk in there. They could have picked anything to walk in there in Saudi Arabia. and they both walked in knowing what they're wearing. 3:16. So John 3:16. God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, and Usyk, orthodoxy or death with a cross, wearing the cross, sporting a cross right there in Saudi Arabia, walking through the crowd with a cross. Hats off to both these guys. Super cool. Super cool.
That is good. I like this.
Yeah, I like these guys. Yeah, I like these guys. I like these guys. Anyway, I got a clip which I recorded. I just pointed my camera at the TV to record what they were saying after the fight. So again, Usyk won by split decision. Tyson Fury, have to say, whined a little bit, said he should have won. I'm a Tyson Fury fan, but I thought Usyk won, not by a ton, but he won. I think he won. But afterwards, they were asking Usyk, and again, he doesn't. He can speak English. You can understand what he's saying, but not very good at English. But here's what they said. I want to see if other people are hearing what I'm hearing.
You are now the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world. Батько, ти чуєш мене? Ми це зробили! Ми це зробили!
Hey, for anyone who's going to point a finger at this guy and saying he shouldn't be crying, those are manly tears right there. Those are manly tears. This man's been training like crazy. Ukraine has been going through all sorts of stuff. He's trying to give his people something to be happy about for a few minutes, and he did it. He crushed it, and you're going to sit there pointing a finger at him for having tears in his eyes? It's manly tears. You hear that, AP?
Yes.
Saying, don't be judging this man because he's crying. Don't be sitting here, oh, he's not a real man. He's crying.
Why is he crying? Look at him.
Look at him. Little weakling. You don't see Khabib crying.
Thank you so much for my team, because thank you so much, my God, Jesus.
That's where it was.
God, Jesus.
Yeah, so it sounds like he doesn't know the exact pronunciation in English, but he says my God, Jesus, right?
Yeah,
he says my God, Jesus, but is that what everyone else is hearing? I couldn't tell if that's what he's saying, or maybe I'm mishearing it or something. Let's play it again.
Because thank you so much, my God, Jesus. Because thank you so much, my God, Jesus. Because thank you so much, my God, Jesus.
Is that what he's saying? What does everyone think? Because sometimes I hear people wrong. So are you concluding he said, my God, Jesus?
Pretty sure he says, my God, Jesus. My God, Jesus.
That's pretty cool, because he walked into the ring with a shirt saying orthodoxy or death, with a cross, rocking a cross in Saudi Arabia. And then he's about to thank his team. I thank my team. I thank my God, Jesus. Yeah. Other people saying they heard it. Yeah. My God, Jesus. Yeah. That's what he said. Jesus. Definitely. Okay. Yeah. I was like 60-40 on whether that's what he was saying. But yeah, everyone is saying, yes, that's what he's saying. That's pretty cool. Standing in the capital of Saudi Arabia with, if you could see the audience, there's like, you got like ex-boxers and you got rich people and stuff like that, but you have like tons of people in just full Islamic gear there. And there's Usyk. Major cool points for that one.
That's pretty based.
That's pretty based. Here, one more time, and then we're going to hear Tyson Fury.
Much, my God, Jesus. Mr. Excellency, thank you. It's big opportunity for me, for my family, for my country. Slava Ukraini!
Or his country. This is one of the rare situations where I actually was kind of like rooting for both people. Like whoever wins, I'm like, yeah, I'm rooting for both sides. Oh, he got a good shot. Great job, guy. Oh, he got a good shot back you. Great job, other guy. Pretty fun.
In the end, he said Slava Ukraini, which means glory to Ukraine.
You don't know anything. Was he speaking Turkish or German, AP? Because those are the languages you know.
He was speaking one of the languages that I know, which is the few words that I know.
Tyson.
AP, seriously, you should just go into like studying languages because you seem to pick them up quickly. Like even when people are talking speaking completely different languages and stuff, you're picking up stuff that they're saying. Anyway,
That's what I actually, when I was in Turkey, I initially did apply for linguistics at the Istanbul University and was admitted, but ended up not going. I actually did want to do that because I was always interested in languages. Funny.
yeah, I told you, you can go to an immersion program for like 2 weeks where that's all they speak for like 2 weeks straight. And Nabil did that and he came back out. And I was talking to an Arab pastor I know. And he walks up to me and goes, "What happened to Nabil?" And I go, "What?" He goes, "His Arabic is good, man. His Arabic is really good." And I was like, "What?" Like he just did 2 weeks in an immersion program. But Nabil was like that. He's like, he could pick up languages really quickly. So anyway, if you're like that, you might want to jump into something cool like that. They had people in like World War II and stuff like that who like famously would walk in, "Okay, what language do you want me to learn?" And they go, "Okay, well, we got this guy over here and blah, blah, blah. And they're speaking this language. Okay, give me a couple weeks." And then they come back and they're fluent and stuff like that. People are really, really good at it. Anyway, let's get to Tyson here. Tyson Fury.
Outs up. Tyson, come in, Tyson, both of you. As we always say, well done. It takes two
Kiss
to
this
tango,
hip.
Tyson. You were fantastic in there as well.
I like that too. That they're not horrible enemies. They will be right like a month before the next fight, then they'll be mortal enemies. But right now, they're good.
Tyson, an incredible performance. Yeah. You look like you had him in big trouble in the early rounds. Yeah. What went wrong in there for you tonight, you think, Tyson?
First of all, I want to thank my Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ for his fantastic fight, Alexander.
You know, it's funny. I posted this clip on Twitter, and Muslims were like, "What? Muslims believe in Jesus too?" Like, hey, he said Lord and Savior. Come on, don't act like. Yeah, I love it.
Oh,
So anyway,
we're going to talk about Muslim Cowboy, right?
Yeah, we are.
later.
Oh,
good.
Yeah, that's why it's a lead-in. Everything is connected. AP, everything is connected.
I believe I won that fight. You know, I thank Jesus for all the victories he's given me. I've got a split decision loss with a good little man, and I thank him again. In the mighty name of Jesus, we go back home to our families, and we run it back in October. Good luck to Alexander. Well done. God bless you. Happy New Year!
People are wondering about the Happy New Year. And again, I don't know if he's talking about some specific different calendar, but it sounds like a Tyson Fury thing to say, just randomly spouting crazy nonsense. All right, we'll watch this. We'll watch that ending clip again, and then we'll go to the Muslim Cowboy.
I thank Jesus for all the victories he's given me. I've got a split decision loss with a good little man, and I thank him again. In the mighty name of Jesus, we go back home to our families, and we run it back in October. Good luck to Alexander. Well done. God bless you. Happy New Year!
That is amazing because it's like, hosted by Saudi Arabia in the heart of Saudi Arabia, in the country that is supposedly overseeing the two holy places of Islam, where no blasphemy is allowed, but these guys come and proclaim that Jesus is God. I love it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I love it too. And really, I mean, hats off to Saudi Arabia as well, because I do like to see these kinds of changes where you don't lock people up for doing stuff like that. And where, I mean, if you're Saudi Arabia and you're trying to set up a fight between two Christian guys who, I mean, Tyson Fury just regularly thanks Jesus at the end, praises Jesus at the end of his fight, ends of his fight, and so on. So you know that, and the fact that Saudi Arabia said, "Yeah, we want this big fight as well." Yeah, we know some of this has to do with them trying to put forward a good image of Saudi Arabia and get a fresh start with the world and so on. But I like it. I like the fact that, again, Tyson Fury and Usyk would have been completely understandable for them to say, we're in someone else's country, so let's be as respectful of their beliefs as possible and not talk about Jesus and not wear a cross or anything like that. Nope, they went in there totally based. And Saudi, to their credit, let them do it. So I have to say, pretty cool stuff all around, everyone. Usyk's cool. Tyson Fury's cool. insofar as Saudi wasn't interfering with that or making them sign contracts saying they wouldn't say any of that stuff or not wear certain things. Hats off to Saudi Arabia. Good direction. Good direction as far as that fight's going.
Yep. I don't trust him anyway, but still good.
Oh, I don't trust him either, but I mean, I could not trust this guy over here and still think, oh, okay, he just did something cool that is worthy of respect. All right, this brings us to let's do a couple super chats, and we'll get to the Muslim Cowboy. Dude, we could literally just do shows on the Muslim Cowboy. We could have a. It sucks because I don't know why, but he's not. I can't put my finger on it. I can't figure out why he's not equipped to be like one of the top level Dawa destroyers who are destroying Islam from within, right? Like Muhammad Hijab, Ali Dawa, Sheikh Uthman, and your good buddy Daniel Hakikachu. All these guys have something that makes them like perfect for destroying Islam from within. The Muslim Cowboy, he's like got half of it. He just doesn't have what it takes to be a top tier Dawa destroyer, destroying Islam from within. He doesn't have it, but he's a good second tier. He's a good second tier destroyer of Islam from within.
Well, there is one problem, which is that Muslim Cowboy is just he doesn't have that appeal of he's not likable because he has a very out there, in your face, slimy arrogance when he speaks, when he responds to things. I mean, he sits there and he's like, howdy, yeah. All right, let me tell you. You don't know anything. I can tell you all the truth that you need to know. Yeah, and I like little girls, and there's nothing wrong with that. And it's very hard to like, even for Muslims,
Yeah, he like, you see, I love little girls, and if loving little girls is wrong, I don't want to be right. Yeah.
Yeah,
that was the preacher from Coming to America. But yeah, so Muslim Cowboy, something. Yeah, he just can't be a top tier. He can't be a top tier Dawa guy, but he's a good second tier Dawa guy. Awesome stuff. Now, hey Pete, you were the one I saw this from. You had responded to him, but here we have this. Ready?
Yes.
This is the Muslim Cowboy. And this is, I think, the cousin or something like that of Sheikh Yusuf Estes. They work together and they're cousins. So I guess they can each marry one another's daughters and stuff like that. But anyway, creepy. But anyway, the Muslim Cowboy says, Jesus was the way, the truth, and the life. No one, and I mean no one, could get to God except through him. Yeah. But that was in the past. You see, now, Muhammad is the way, the truth, and the life. No one, absolutely no one, can get to God except through him. Yeah! So we had that message from the Muslim Cowboy. Interesting, very interesting. And AP, you were obviously thinking the same thing a lot of us were thinking. One, he just granted that Jesus is the way, the truth, and life, and then applied it to Muhammad. Let's see what you responded here. So the apostate prophet said, congratulations. With this post, you have left Islam and created a new religion where Muhammad is God. Calling Jesus the truth and the life is an acknowledgement that he is divine, which is a Christian belief. In your attempt to catch Christians, you have committed shirk, the unpardonable sin. Laughing emoji, ladies and gentlemen. That just happened. So AP, what are you on about here?
Yeah, so I saw that tweet that he made, and I'm at some point right now where when I see Muslim Cowboy pop up, I'm like, oh God, I don't even want to look at this. But I saw that tweet pop up, and I thought, okay, what are people talking? Why are people talking about this? Why is this on my timeline? And I saw how he said, and this was only like he had posted that like 30 minutes before I saw it, and I saw that tweet where he says Jesus was, the way and the truth and the life, and I thought to myself, wait a minute, did I just read that correctly? So I read it again, and I'm thinking about it. Wait a minute, is he trying to? This doesn't even work by Islamic standards. No, especially not by Islamic standards. I know from a Christian perspective, when in the Christian perspective, when you talk about Jesus as the way, but especially as the truth and the life, these are acknowledgments that he is the source of the of life and that he is the truth and all that, and this is an acknowledgement of his divinity, but you can't even twist that and say, okay, I'm not talking from the Christian perspective, I'm only talking from the Muslim perspective, because when you go into Islam, you then take these words, the truth and the life, and you have direct equivalents in Arabic in Islam for those as well. The truth would be haq, which is a word that is considered one of the names of Allah, because you can only apply that to Him and to nobody else.
Yeah, so you could say, just to be clear, you could say I speak the truth, but if you want to say he is the truth, he is the truth, there you're talking about Allah.
Yeah, if you said Muhammad is al-Haq, so Muhammad is the truth, that would mean you are saying Muhammad is God. If you said again, when it comes to life, al-Hayy, which is the Arabic word, which is also a name of Allah, which is life. If you apply that to a person, that would mean that you are calling that person God, because that is one of the names of Allah. Only Allah can have that name. And when it comes to the way, there is not a direct equivalent, but in the meaning, but in a similar meaning, there is Hadi, which is Allah is the one who guides. So you could kind of apply that. But I mean, think about this from the Christian perspective. If you understand what the whole phrase means, you would not take that and apply it to anybody else. But if as a Muslim you understand what this Christian phrase means, you would not acknowledge and agree with that phrase, because you are not supposed to believe that Jesus is divine, or that Jesus is God, or that anybody else is God. So you can't do that. You can play with those things. He's trying to appeal to Christians. He's trying to create this polemical approach and kind of get them and say, hey, not Jesus. No, Muhammad is now the big guy. But by doing that, he is explicitly and very clearly and undeniably committing shirk, blasphemy. He's he is thereby leaving Islam. This is directly something that the Quran and that Islam outright rejects.
Yeah, we'd have to say at the very least, you would have to say innovation, right? Because you're not told to call human beings, even prophets, these kinds of names, and yet he's doing it. But it was recently in a discussion with Muslims appealing to Jesus and saying that Jesus is a Muslim, and people pointing out, well, he referred to God as Father, even in the passages you're pointing out. So what do you do? What's he doing there? Do you guys call Jesus Father and then say, hey, can we call Allah Father? It was decided that it would be innovation. It would be innovation to refer to Allah as Father. But guess what? Even in the verse that he's citing, the way, the truth, and the life, Jesus actually says, "I'm the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me." And so Muslim Cowboy left that part out, but that was the destination. You're trying to get to the Father. You have to go through Jesus. And by the way, just in case it's not clear what Jesus is claiming in this passage, so Jesus distinguishes between himself and the Father. And yet in that exact same passage, he says, anyone who has seen me has seen the Father. The only way you could say that, the only way you could say that anyone who has seen me has seen the Father is if he is the Father, but Jesus isn't claiming to be the Father, so that doesn't work. Or if he's claiming that he's somehow identical with the Father, as in, if I had a twin brother, and you're like, "Oh, I've never seen your brother," and I go, "Well, if you've seen me, you've seen my brother," right? It was because meaning we look the same, we're identical. So that's what's going on in that passage, and the Muslim cowboy goes to the Gospel of John, right in the middle of a passage where Jesus claims to have the same nature and attributes as the Father. It's the same passage where he claims that he's going to go away and that if his followers ask for things in his name, he will grant their prayers. So this is a man, a human prophet, saying that he's going to answer people's prayers and so on, and that he's the one who's going to send the Holy Spirit. And Muslims go. So now you have the Muslim cowboy going to I'm the way, the truth, and life. Other Muslims go to later in the passage where Jesus says that he's going to send the Holy Spirit, and they say that's Muhammad. But I mean, think about the level of blasphemy. Muhammad is the way, the truth, and the life, and he's the Holy Spirit who's sent by Jesus. Like, guys, seriously, you're taking this passage, which doesn't make sense outside the doctrine of the Trinity, and you're trying to insert Islam right into the middle of a passage that can't possibly be understood apart from the doctrine of the Trinity. Pretty dumb.
And there's also another historical aspect to this, and we talked about this briefly when we were mentioning that yesterday, which is it also shows that Muslim cowboy is unfamiliar with Islamic history and Islamic concepts, or he just can't really think very far. He can't think very much. When I was growing up in a Sufi Muslim environment, I was introduced to one thing which is known in Islamic history, which is an incident where a Sufi guy known as Mansur al-Hallaj was brutally killed
For what?
under the caliphate for saying a certain phrase.
What did he say?
That phrase is "An al-Haq," which means "I am the truth." So this Sufi guy, Mansur al-Hallaj, he proclaimed, "I am the truth." For that, it was declared that he has absolutely, undeniably committed blasphemy and called himself God, called himself Allah. And then it is historically unclear whether that is directly what led to the execution or whether he added some things to that afterward, but he went through some imprisonment and some heavy torture and was eventually executed in very brutal ways as an example to the society, to the Muslim, that this is what we do if you commit blasphemy. And this is known in Islamic history. So this is something you should be familiar with, or at least you should be familiar with the idea that this is not something that people say or that you can ascribe to a human being in an Islamic framework. But he doesn't know.
And so, things that historically Muslims understood, calling this person by names of Allah is blasphemy. Leave it to the Muslim cowboy to invent his own version of Islam. And that's why they call it innovation, ladies and gentlemen. That's why they call it innovation. Yes. He's making up his own religion that sounds good and is pleasing to him, and does not realize what he's doing. He has deified Muhammad, and he has acknowledged that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. Wow, 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 wow. Hey, we have Demetrius saying, look at IP's last tweets about him. What's that they say, Demetrius? Ask and you shall receive. No, I already had those pulled up. So anyway, here's a recent one from our good friend, the Muslim Cowboy. So here, someone, Fear Please puts out, Muhammad was a sex addict. And that's one of the videos I used to have a video that was just titled Muhammad was a sex addict. And it was several of the passages that say that he would have sex with all of his wives in one night. Very impressive. Not nearly as impressive as Solomon. I think Muhammad said that Solomon would have sex with 90 wives in a single night. So he has. So if Muhammad had the sexual strength of 30 men, then Solomon had the sexual strength of 300 men because he had 10 times, he had sex with 10 times the women in a single night, according to Muhammad. So Muhammad was a sex addict. And the passage here, there are multiple passages like this. Sahih al-Bukhari 5068, the Prophet used to go around, have sexual relations with all his wives in one night, and he had 9 wives. We can't ignore the fact that there was one bath as well. He would take one bath after having sex with 9 women and girls.
By the way,
what
a weird thing to fantasize and to brag about. I mean, I wouldn't want to have sex with 9 women in one night.
What? Because you're a weakling. You're not a real man. Not a real man like Muhammad. That's why you're jealous.
That wouldn't even be enjoyable. It's so weird. What kind of stuff people fantasized about?
Oh, I'm only on number 6. I can barely walk. Keep going, you wimp. You want to impress your followers or not? Yeah, for me, it's just, guys, keep in mind you're talking about the Arabian desert here. The hot, sweaty Arabian desert. It's 110 degrees. Muhammad bangs his first wife of the night. So he goes to Sauda, who's an old woman at this point. He goes and gets Sauda's sweat all over him, sweat and fluids all over him. Then he goes to the next wife. Hey, Zainab, ooh, you're looking super hot. And then that's his cousin, of course. So then he gets his first cousin's fluids and sweat and stuff all over him. Then he goes to the next one and so on. By the time he gets to poor little Aisha, let's say Aisha's number 9 at that point, gets to poor little Aisha, he's got the secretions of 8 different women all over him in the hot desert. The hot, sweaty, smelly desert, and Muhammad is smelling, let's face it, like 8 different women's vaginas when he goes up to Aisha.
Nice.
But Prophet, can't you please take a bath before you come in here and climb between my legs? No, I'll take a bath afterwards. Take a bath after I bang you too. What's wrong with this guy? And then, of course, assuming if we give the most charitable interpretation, ladies and gentlemen, we could possibly give of Muhammad being covered in ejaculate stains, the nicest possible interpretation would be that he used the garment he would wear to the mosque as a rag to wipe himself off after all these encounters with his wives throughout the night. And then the next day, he would wear the exact same garment, not washing it, to the mosque to pray and hug it out with his bros. He was covered in semen and in the secretions of 9 different women and girls, and hey, bowing down to Allah and hugging it out with his buddies. This is the pattern of conduct for men everywhere. You know what's amazing? I don't see Muslims following this example of walking around with semen stains all over them. Like, even they understand this is not a good example to follow. Anyway, so, fear, please, said Muhammad was a sex addict. And the Muslim cowboy replied, I am too, and it's righteous. Plus, we get rewarded for having sex. Yeehaw! That's our jihad. What's yours?
Oh man, there is just so much wrong with this.
We haven't even gotten to everything wrong with this. This is bad. I mean, this is a guy who believes you can have sex with a 5-year-old girl.
Yeah,
and he clearly believes that you can have multiple wives, have sex. It's okay if they're 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. He believes you can do that. He may be doing that. We don't actually know. He may actually have multiple child brides. We don't know. We know he believes it's okay. He believes it's okay to have multiple child brides as your wives. And he believes that the more sex he has with his wives, even if they're little kids, the more rewards he gets in paradise.
This is Islam, ladies and gentlemen. So this guy doesn't even get it. By the way, this would be a very funny thing to hold Muhammad's life of having There's probably great potential there to do some fantasy, obscene movies about that. But anyway, so Muslim Cowboy. Muslim Cowboy responds to this and says, I am also a sex addict. I'm also a sex addict. Yeah, I know Muhammad was a sex addict. I know my prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was a sex addict. Yeah. And I am a sex addict too.
Yeah.
You know
So,
what?
guys,
It's a good thing.
He just admitted Muhammad was a sex addict. He admitted it. Yes, I am too. Guys, if someone says, hey, your prophet was this, and you say, I am too, you're saying, yes, my prophet was that, and I am too. We're both that thing. What? We're both sex addicts.
I'm a big sex addict myself. What he doesn't understand is, I don't know. He probably can't comprehend words. He doesn't know that words have meanings. But when people say sex addict, they don't mean that. They're not just talking about somebody who likes to have sex with people. You're talking about somebody who uncontrollably is obsessed and almost.
It's all they think about. It's all they think about. Every decision is like moving forward to your next sex encounter. Oh, I've gone in 2 hours without. I mean, they have like group meetings and stuff like this for people to.
Yes.
Yeah, where you have women who are sex addicts and stuff, and they're like banging 10 and 20 dudes a day and stuff. And they just can't stop. It's a problem. It's an addiction. And this guy, yeah, that's my prophet.
And the thing is, when you go through the hadiths and you look at all the instances, like we talk about one of those hadiths, one of my favorites, where he walks outside and sees a woman and feels the need to go and have sex with her, and then he goes to one of his wives, and has sex with her, because it's so uncontrollable that he can't even walk outside and next to some random woman or across a random woman without feeling the pressing, brutal urge to go and have sex with them. It looks like he had quite a few symptoms that point at some uncontrollable sexual addiction, which really interfered with his daily life and made it impossible for him to, exist. And Muslim Cowboy thinks that's a good thing. He thinks it's a good thing.
There's a super chat. We'll get to it. It's kind of at the bottom of the list because it was just posted. But Vasek here says Muhammad is the way to STDs. And guys, keep in mind that is a related issue. That this Muslim practice of you have sex with your wife and then you pass her on to the next guy, and then there's a little waiting period, and then you passing them on and so on. But then you invade a town and you divide up the women and girls as your sex slaves and so on, and then you have sex with those girls, and then you go back and you have sex with your wives and so on. Guys, there are these things called sexually transmitted diseases.
Yes.
Let's suppose you have 4 wives. You have 4 wives. 7th century Arabia. You got 4 wives. You go and you conquer this other tribe. You take their women and girls as your sex slaves. You have sex with your female captive. You grab your female captive. I'm taking her home, and she's got syphilis and herpes, and you have sex with her. And then guess who else catches it? Not just you, your other wives. It's one of the issues with having multiple wives and allowing you to go and just randomly snatch people to have sex with in your military campaigns. Not very good idea. Not very good idea. So yes, Muhammad would have been the way to STDs. All right.
My jihad is STDs. What's
yours? So here we have someone calling Muhammad a sex addict, and the Muslim Cowboy says, I am too, and it's righteous, plus we get rewarded for having sex. Inspiring Philosophy said this. Mike Jones, who says, so Merciful Message admits his prophet suffered from a mental health disorder, and he thinks this is a good thing. Hide your daughters. The hide your daughters part is the important part. Why? Because the Muslim Cowboy believes you can take little girls as wives and as sex slaves. He also believes that it's a good thing to do, to take take females captives. He said he doesn't back down from anything his prophet did. Well, Muhammad would take people captive. Muhammad had sex slaves. Merciful Message stands by all of this. So it's quite literally hide your daughters from this guy. Do not let your daughters be around this dude. Very creepy stuff. So, Inspiring Philosophy, Mike Jones said, Merciful Message admits his prophet suffered from a mental health disorder, and he thinks this is a good thing. Hide your daughters.
So, hide your daughters.
Hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband, because there's Muslim cowboys out here. So that's Inspiring Philosophy's response. And then we have the Muslim cowboy. His brutal takedown of Inspiring Philosophy. Here we go.
Here it comes.
For someone who specializes in fallacies, you've resorted to equivocation by conflating the colloquial notion of sex addict with its clinical diagnosis. I was just using the colloquial notion of sex addict, not the clinical diagnosis, you dumb Christian. My use of the term was in the context of masculinity, not pathology. Your attempt to discredit based on this semantic shift lacks logical integrity, as usual. Instead of focusing on substantive arguments rather than linguistic gymnastics, uninspiring philosophy again leaves me wanting for, well, more effort. Yahoo! This message brought to you by the Society for Molesting Little Girls.
This just proves this just confirms what I said earlier, which is that he doesn't understand words have meanings. He just uses something like this, like sex addict, and just responds with, "Yeah, what's the water? Yes, my prophet was a sex addict. I'm also a sex addict." Okay, you might be using that in a different sense than what is generally understood, but that's a little bit of a problem there, man.
Yeah, people are pointing out that he's using big words to try to sound smart. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking as I was reading it. So a person says uses big words to try to sound smart. People are saying Pony Girl says, did he eat a thesaurus or something? Yeah, it's clear. Gut says that's a word salad. So yeah, it's clear he's talking to Inspiring Philosophy. So he's trying to up his word choice and try to sound smarter than he is. But think about his defense here. Said, I was just using it in the colloquial sense, not to say that there's a problem. Yeah, why don't you pay attention to what was actually said? When Fear Police said Muhammad was a sex addict, do you think he was complimenting your prophet and saying how masculine and manly he is? Or was he using it as an insult to say that Muhammad had a mental problem? Yeah, he was saying Muhammad had a mental problem. And you said, I am too. I got the same problem and it's righteous. So the mental problem is righteous. And so this is brought up to you as Muhammad, not as Muhammad being manly, as Muhammad having a problem. You agree that you have the same thing. And then Inspiring Philosophy says, wow. Says, wow, he just admitted. You go, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just saying it's manly. Why are you changing the meaning? You changed the meaning. It was put forward as a problem and an attack and a mockery of your stupid fake prophet.
I just mean that I like to have sex with different people. That's all I'm saying. I like having sex with women. I like sex with children.
How that song go? Remember the song? I like sexy children. Because I'm a Muslim cowboy. That was one of the greatest songs ever.
Yes, it
All
is.
right. So what do we think about the Muslim cowboy? That's another guy. That's another guy where every time I see his name pop up because someone's responding to him, I'm like, oh, this is going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. I know he said something stupid. Before I even read what he said, I know it's something insanely stupid.
Yeah, whenever I see his name pop up, I think, okay, I'm about to read something stupid. Something very, very stupid. And yeah, it's usually, I'm not disappointed.
Yep, not disappointed at all. And this is another guy, like if I had to pick someone and say this guy is just trying to make Islam look bad from within, he's a plant, I would pick that guy if it weren't for the fact that he's actually cousins with Yusuf Estes and that they work together. So they know each other and they grew up knowing each other and stuff like that. So I think, I don't know, he just actually believes all this stuff about banging kids and so on, and being a sex addict and getting rewarded. The more kids you bang, the more rewards you get in Jannah, and the more virgins Allah is going to give you to spend all eternity deflowering and so on. It's like, guys, if you just say what this religion actually teaches out loud, it sounds beyond ridiculous. That's why when they come up to you, they say, no, it's just all about worship one God. So it's all about the worship of the one God. As soon as you open their book, sex, sex, semen, 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 little girl, eternity, deflowering virgins, deflowering virgins, deflowering virgins. Oh, Allah restores their virginity at night so that you can deflower them over and over and over and over and over again.
Whoa, that's amazing.
Rob, everyone, Rob, take their stuff, get that little virgin girl. Oh, there's your cousin over there, go bang her.
This guy, in one day, just within one day, he committed blasphemy. He committed shirk, and then also basically called Muhammad a pedophile, a sex addict.
Sex addict.
So that's the very funny thing. You see Muslims in his comment section like, "Hey, brother, what is this? You can't say that," and he doesn't even see. He doesn't even acknowledge that he's wrong. He just justifies what he said, or tries to explain it away, or cope in a different way. But he just does this. He damages his own religion, and then he doesn't acknowledge it, and he just moves on. And I'm glad to see it, honestly, because any corruption of Islam is appreciated.
Yeah, so on the one hand, guys, we don't like people misrepresenting Islam, especially when they're denying what it actually teaches about like jihad and child brides and things like that. On the other hand, when it's Dawa guys misrepresenting Islam because they're just turning it into their own religion, and they're acknowledging jihad and sex with minors and all that, when they're acknowledging all that stuff, but just like putting their own spin on everything and committing massive blasphemy and teaching their followers to do the same. Oh yeah, we like you.
I love that.
So we have to say, we are big fans of the Muslim cow. It just sucks because when I'm talking about him not having what it takes to be like top tier, what you're pointing out, AP, that people actually try to correct him and he just doesn't care. That is a requirement for someone like Muhammad Hijab and Ali Dawa and so on, that once they get big enough, you can't correct them. They won't listen to it. Yeah. Any sort of correction is, oh, you're just jealous because we have so many followers and you have so few followers. You're a loser. You're trying to get attention. And so you can't. It's exactly. And we told them beforehand that was going to happen. But this is a guy who I just don't think he's ever going to be the kind of guy who could have like 1 million, followers on YouTube or anything like that. Just doesn't seem like he's going to catch on. But he'll be fun while he lasts. It'll be fun while he lasts. Until they get sick of him for all the blasphemy. All right. So that's a Muslim cowboy, ladies and gentlemen.
Muslim apologists don't last long. I'm not sure if that's true with him as well. I don't know.
Yeah. We'll see. The shorter the time we last, the more rewards we get, because the more times we can go. Woo-hoo! Yeah! All right, let's do with some super chats, and then we are going to get into the challenge from the Deen Show. I don't think we deal with the Deen Show enough. We should go through more Deen Show stuff. I am from Israel. There are not 10% here who think Islam is the peaceful and good religion. Oh, I'm not talking about what people think about Islam. They may be awfully suspicious about Islam. They're just, this is just on our personal encounters. People seemed very reluctant to want to criticize Islam or expose some of the things it teaches. It just seems like they're in an environment where they don't want to like rock the boat or upset people, which again, we get it. I get that. It's just, at the same time, you have a lot of people in the Muslim world rallying, trying to rally the world against you to come and attack you. And how do you successfully respond to that without it going after the Muslim sources? But you don't want to start blasting the Muslim sources, because then that might it might keep you from getting along with the Muslims in your area and so on. So we get it. It's a difficult situation. So yeah, my view is, if you don't want to be blasting away at Islam, okay, just share our stuff when we do it.
That's true. Jews also don't really care. That's the problem. They don't care.
See, AP says they don't care about anything. Oh, here we go. Sorry about that. Some of our fog escaped the Talmudic tunnels. Darn Jewish fog.
I always appreciate the Talmudic tunnels.
Yeah, I know. Thanks for finally making a video confronting Eddie from the Jihad Show, because he's been such a biased, one-sided hypocrite, lying nonstop about Christians. Yeah, that's why there's so much stuff has come up from Eddie over the years. But yeah, we haven't covered him a lot, so
for some reason we both don't pay much attention to him, and I don't know why. I don't know why that is.
We should make some responses to the Deen Show. And Eddie, if you ever want to join us live to talk about some of these issues, welcome to it. I mean, you're putting out the challenge, find an error in the Quran. You could do that live. You can even bring someone with you. Bring your favorite Dawah guy, Eddie. You and your favorite Dawah guy can join me and AP live, and we will discuss some of what we think are errors in the Quran. And you can. We're totally happy giving you guys an opportunity to respond. We can discuss them, even give you the last word on these issues and so on, so people can make an informed decision.
Yeah, you can invite anyone except Ali Dawa and Mohammed Hijab, because we are kind of scared of them.
Yeah, we're terrified of them. Don't bring them.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyone but them. Did you see that? Because we want them to go, no, that's who I want to bring. We say, okay. No back down now. What does Muslim Cowboy say? Jihad! That would be funny. That would be legitimately funny from him if he started doing that. It started saying jihad instead of
Take some advice from us, Muslim Cowboy. I know you're busy with all them goats and all that, but take some advice.
Muslim Cowboy, you heard it here. You heard it here. Let me go back to that. You heard it here. We don't think you're missing some of the features that would make you an extremely popular da'i. With that said, we would love to help you in any way possible become a more popular da'i. We want you to be more popular in the Muslim world. We like the fact that you'll just blurt out massive blasphemies that would be considered innovation and so on. We like that. We like the fact that you're honest about what the Quran teaches about taking little girls as your wives and so on. We like that about you. We want you to be more popular, and we're willing to help you. This is one thing. Make it one of your catch slogans or something. Jihad! Just like that. That will help you. People like that. People will think that's funny.
Personally, I don't think Muslim Cowboy. I don't think that you have the potential, and I don't think you can do it. I mean, unfortunately, you can never be as popular as other of your as your fellow Dawa guys, like I don't know, Ali Dawa, Mohammed Hijab, Daniel Kikachu, and all these people, or even Sajid Lipim, for example. Like that guy has more potential. Unfortunately, I think that you will never achieve anything in that sense, but you can always try.
She was 9 years old, guy said on Middle East Witness, you two are shills for Israel, and he is a warrior for truth because no one criticizes Judaism. Yeah, no one criticizes Judaism. I go on Twitter and I never, ever encounter any criticism of Judaism. Not once. It never, ever happens. I don't see on Twitter 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, people blasting away at Jews. It just never happens. Never happens. Not Jake Shields, not Syrian Girl, not Suleiman Ahmed. None of these people. Not Norman Finkelstein. None of these guys are blasting away at Israel and Jews and Judaism and stuff all day. No one. Not happening.
Yeah. The issue is just with people like these, I got responses like that from certain other people as well. Like, oh, why do you think it's okay to criticize Islam and to talk about Islam like this? But when it comes to Judaism, why? And then when you asked him to present actual criticism of Judaism, to speak about what they actually mean by criticism of Judaism, of course, they don't mean criticizing Judaism. They don't mean actually going through the sources and pointing out how messed up it is.
Matter of fact, that happened with him. He just cited a Talmud reference, right? He said, oh, you see? And what did we do? We actually went through it. We
Yeah.
actually went through it. We've done that. We've done that in multiple shows. People, oh, but the Talmud says you have to do. If in that case, he was given the reference for if a Gentile learns the law, it's like robbery, and he should be put to death. And you see, they're waiting to kill us. When you keep reading the same passage, and another rabbi responded and says, no, when a Gentile learns the words of the law, he's like the high priest to us.
Yeah. And what he does is he doesn't say, oh look, the Jewish sources, they say bad things. No, what he does is Jews control the world, Jews are behind all the mass immigration, Jews are behind this, Jews are behind that, Jews do this, Jews do that, and now AP and David Wood, they're being paid by Israel, which is why they don't want to criticize Jews, and so on. This is what they mean by criticizing Judaism. So please give me a break. Just be honest about what your intentions actually are.
Yeah, so on this whole topic, guys, there are legitimate criticisms of things that the nation of Israel does. There are legitimate criticisms of things that Jews do. There are legitimate criticisms of things that Christians do, that Muslims do, that every nation does. The issue we see is Jews are held to a completely different standard. And one of the issues is it is massively acceptable to millions of people to completely lie about Jews in all kinds of what they believe, what they say, what their books say, what they do, and so on. And so when we see someone lying, we say, "Oh, hang on, that's incorrect." What's the response? Oh, you're shilling for Jews.
But do you know what it says in God Shah's and Libre David?
Yeah, Libre David 37. Even though it's a fake, made-up book. These are the guys, yeah. Dude, I can't think of someone in recent history who I thought was like level 10 cool, and then all of a sudden, complete douche, actually. Right? The She Was 9 years old guy, that was like super cool. And then you find out, hey, we have to get the Jews. The Jews. Going after the Jews is the perfect move. And then he goes off and blasts us because we actually look up passages instead of mindlessly going, oh, well, Nick Fuentes said, so I'll just go with what Nick Fuentes said.
I posted this meme online which says Talmud says this.
It's just a meme. I saw the
meme. Why would you go to the website? Why would you go to the actual source and look it up when I can just see the meme?
Look at them shilling for Jews because they actually go to the source to read it. You see?
You shouldn't read the Talmud. You should just look at the meme.
Yeah, just look at the meme. If you want to learn about Judaism, you can only learn it from Nick Fuentes and Suleiman Ahmed and Jake Shields, the great scholars of Judaism. Check out this song, Fajala Helicopter. Can't do that right now, but I will later. Is that
I shall good? Later. I shall.
Mr. Bukhari. Shawnee Luke's funeral took place today. Yeah, that was she was the one that they put in the back of the truck, right?
Yes. The funeral took place today. I'm not even aware of the funeral, but yeah, her body was recovered, was found in Gaza, and was brought back along with 2 other hostages that were taken and killed on that day. And they just kept those bodies there forever. You know,
well, because they know
to release the bodies. They just kept the bodies as hostages, the dead bodies there.
Yeah, they know that Israel wants the bodies back to have burials with their families and so on, and so they know that. I mean, Israel will actually make negotiations to get bodies back, and so they use them and so on. But keep in mind they had since October they've had a body of a girl that they're lugging around and keeping it hidden and so on.
And the IDF actually went in to recover and to save dead bodies of their civilians, of their people, and this is what we're dealing with. And that's a name that everyone should know when it comes to October 7, the Shani Luke, and everyone should at least once see the video of her and spread it. Because it's like she's one of the most memorable faces of the whole of October 7. And the thing that happened to her, what Hamas did to kidnap her from a music festival, from the Nova Music Festival, to kill her by, as it seems, shooting her in the head, and then strip her naked and put her on the back of a pickup truck, get on top of her, put their legs on her dead body with her deformed legs, and then parade her through Gaza on the back of the pickup truck, while many Gazan so-called innocent civilians come and cheer and say Allahu Akbar, and spit on her dead body. This is October 7th. This is the resistance.
And then the Dawa clowns like Daniel Hikikachu, oh, they're just taking her to get medical attention because of how great that did he believe that? Of course not. Did he say that?
No.
Yeah. Why? Because he's a compulsive liar.
Yes.
Dealing
That's
with
what most
compulsive
apologists
liars.
do. They
That's
lie.
what Dawa is. All right. Let's go rapid fire through some super chats because we want to get to the challenge, the great challenge. Hey, D Wood, have you watched Dracula Flow yet? No, but it was referenced so many times that it is on my list of things I'm going to check out.
What is Dracula Flow?
It keeps getting brought up as things I'm supposed to say in the style of Dracula Flow. Oh. Everything I know nowadays about Islam, I learned from U2 and Ibn Al-Tasuli. I don't know if I spelled it right. God bless you guys. Yeah, we are a good source of information. You're about to learn some more stuff today. Gapt Toto. Racy was runner-up to Supreme Leader when Konami croaks. Yeah, so it was like him. It's like going to be him, or it was going to be him or Ayatollah's son, I think. And now it's not going to be him. If he's, I mean, keep in mind, I haven't seen the confirmation yet. I saw there's a helicopter crash. We'll have to see exactly what happened. Wait, if Jews ran the music industry, it would not have been Gucci Mane. It would have been Yehudi Mane. But best rappers are Dr. Dreidel and Dr. Dizzle. Yep. Dr. Dreidel. AP, what's keeping you from becoming...
Nobody's talking about the fact that the black people are running the music industry. So how else do you explain that so many black people are in the music industry, in the rap industry? So you see, they control the world and the weather.
AP, you've been asked this question 900 times during live streams, but what is keeping you from becoming a Christian? Let's hear your answer for the 900th time.
I have been very, very... I have been a little bit different since I went to Israel and came back. In fact, while still saying that I'm an atheist repeatedly, I am at a point right now where I feel like it would be more accurate for me to say that I am agnostic about the existence of God or of a God. Because for some reason, after I went there and I came back, something happened in my head and in my heart, and I can no longer have this whole conviction of, oh, there definitely is no God. I do think that there is some, and there it's very much it started with this whole personal experience of going there and feeling so weirdly attached to that place and feeling like I had been there before, like it didn't feel a strange place. It felt like home. It felt like I could just walk down the street. I could live here all my life. And I don't understand how that happened because I just don't get it. I didn't feel like I was in a foreign country. And I felt very attached to it. And I feel very attached to the land and the values and everything that we saw when we went there. And that kind of kicked off something, and thinking about religion and thinking about spirituality and God and all of that, which I could at some point elaborate further on. However, if you're going to ask me about a certain religion or what keeps me from proclaiming belief, I would say what keeps me from it is just that I, at this point, while not strictly rejecting it, at this point, I don't feel I'm not mentally or rationally entirely convinced of the existence of God or the truth of the religion. That's where I would like to leave it.
So we can say that AP's atheism is shaken and has upgraded to a superior position of agnosticism. but kind of believing maybe something transcendent and possibly future seeking. We'll take it.
So I've gone from donkey brain to mule brain.
Yeah, you've upgraded your brain. We could say, you heard it here, folks. You saw it right before your eyes. The apostate prophet is no longer in the donkey-brained atheist category. Saw it before your eyes. Tyson Fury, you seek? What MCU movie are they from? Don't know. My God, Jello. Allah is shaitan. Iran president goes boom. Yeah. I don't know. Again, I only saw that there was a helicopter crash. We'll still have to wait for details, but I'm sure we will be talking about it. I think we should get, I think we should get Armin with us. Or we could go on his channel and discuss it. Either one. I watch AP while knitting in my rocking chair as I am one of his oldest supporters. I was recently gifted a D-Wood membership, which made me young again. Would love to see Armin here again on the situation in Iran. Yeah, that's what we're all thinking.
That's true. D is one of the first 10 or even 5 members or so on my channel. And I think the channel now has like 1,000 members or so. And she was there from the very beginning.
D. Wood, is the Greek 666 the same as the Shahada? No. It's a good idea to not use that argument. What's the secret? I can't change my name for 14 days. You guys joke, and 3 minutes later, the joke is a member's name on here, bots or new accounts. I think you can change your name every once in a while, and then it puts you on a delay of how frequently you can change it or something like that.
You see.
D. Wood, how can Christians take advantage of MBS freedom? So that's the Crown Prince. Freedom to spread the word in Saudi. Do you think he is doing it for money or to control or for change? I think it could be a combination. He's been accused. We did a show about it, but I mean, he's actually been accused. It was an accusation that came from Muslims. Muslims are saying this guy's actually a closet atheist. That's why he's trying to undermine Islam in so many ways. I don't know if he is or if he just wants to push Islam push Saudi Arabia in a more modern direction. Don't know how much of it is for show, because keep in mind, even if you want change, part of your concern is, hey, we look like a bunch of backwards idiots down here. And so it'd be good if we changed our reputation. So part of it is you are thinking, how do people view us in the world and so on. For money, you could be thinking, hey, if we had concerts and big fights and so on, that could help us financially and so on. And if you're going to have those things, then you can't be brutally, executing people for walking down the street with wearing the wrong clothes and stuff like that. So I don't know. I can't read the guy's mind. It's here are the observations, and here are the possible explanations for the observations. And there are several possible explanations for the observations we've seen. I have to say, whatever the reasons are, I like it. If you have a place that is just a Sharia compliant hellhole like Saudi Arabia that oppresses everyone to please these morality police and so on, I'm glad if they change. I'm glad if they change, whatever's causing the change.
Damn, I'm following. I'm looking at the updates on the whole Iranian president.
What's that looking like?
They still haven't found the crash site and the body. And
how hard can that be?
The crash happened 11 to 12 hours ago, but they still haven't. They are still looking. Still haven't found it. And it's just very unlikely at this point that he's still alive.
Wild stuff. Here you have it, AP. Here you have it. AP, here you have it.
What do I have here?
You have someone brought up the unequally yoked passage.
Oh.
Do not be unequally yoked with unbelievers. You see, I'm assuming they're talking about you and me here. Yeah, try again, CO. What does unequally yoked mean? Unequally yoked, what's that mean? You got a big, giant, strong ox and a weak ox, and you put them on the same yoke, and that means big, strong ox can pull it or can pull the smaller, weaker one around wherever it goes. And it's saying that's what you're like if you're unequally yoked with an unbeliever who's pulling you around. Keep in mind, where's he even writing this to? Corinth, the temple prostitute capital of the world. You're unequally yoked to someone. What are you going to be doing? You're going to be going around banging prostitutes and stuff like that. What is it talking about? It's talking about don't link yourself to someone who can sort of manhandle you and push you around to doing things you're not supposed to do. That what's happening when we're doing shows together exposing Islam? My goodness, people are dumb.
Yeah. Come out from among them.
Mm-hmm. Knowledge is power, and Jews are accused of world control, but mostly don't know Islam. Please, special request to AP, give commentary on the spot. No, we don't want any commentary on what's going on Hong Kong. Hong Kong.
I heard that there is a rise in the Muslim population in Hong Kong, but
AP, when are you taking the Christian Shahada? He's already kind of answered that.
Yes, I already have answered it.
He's not a top-tier guy because while he invited enough men over and then claimed they are Gabriel, his wife refused to scrape the stains off, so he's just there online, crusty. Yeah, sadly, something like that. Keep up the good works. Blessings. Thank you. I am the truth and the best liar. Allah be confused. That's a good one. I like Allah be confused. Because he calls himself the truth and he calls himself the best of deceivers. I'm the truth and the best of deceivers. Muslim cowboy. Muslim cowboy, no Zabiba and no Salat in a cowboy hat. Get a fez or a kafia cowboy. Kafir. Yeah.
This is obvious. You can't trust somebody who doesn't have a huge Zabiba. And he doesn't have one.
That's the first thing I look for.
Yeah.
What do Muslims mean when they say Jews forged our writings? I've personally encountered this insult from morons on the web. Yeah, they'd have to be morons. Did we sabotage Mo by writing the wrong thing 1,000 years before his birth, or did we meet him, then edit all copies? It's all copies of the Tanakh. Yeah, just so you know, there is no coherent position from an Islamic perspective. Their book, the Quran, affirms the inspiration and the preservation and the authority of the Jewish scriptures. It even calls the Talmud. The Quran is even using stuff from the Talmud occasionally and treats that as if it's the Torah. But yeah, the Quran affirms that Allah inspired the Torah. It affirms that Jews still had the Torah even during the time of Muhammad. So you're talking about from 1400 BC or so, all the way up to the time of Muhammad. That's 2,000 years. That's 2,000 years that Jews accurately preserve their scripture. You even have copies of the Torah from before the time of Muhammad. You got the Dead Sea Scrolls. So we know what the Torah was during the time of Muhammad. Allah affirms it, says it's as good as gold. In Surah 2, Allah actually condemns any Jews who reject parts of the Torah. He says if you reject parts of it, you're in trouble, you're going to hell. And so the Torah during the time of Muhammad was as good as gold. You even have the background of Surah 5, verse 43. Surah 5, verse 43 of the Quran. That's where Jews come to Muhammad to settle a dispute. And Allah responds saying, why are they going to you, Muhammad, when they got the Torah? Allah rebukes Jews for going to Muhammad instead of to the Torah, which makes no sense if the Torah had been corrupted. And the historical background is where Muhammad sits down to judge the decision. He sits on the judgment cushion. He tells Jews, bring the Torah. The Jews bring out the Torah. He gets off the judgment cushion, puts the Torah on the judgment cushion, and says to the Torah, I believe in you and in the one who revealed you.
Yes.
If that's Muhammad trying desperately to say, your book's been corrupted, you wrote your own book, blah, 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 he and Allah are the worst communicators in all of history. And so,
yes.
I would say this. I would offer this advice if you're talking to Muslims online or something. Learn some of those references. And some of the important ones, Surah 3, verse 3 to 4. If you're talking about Surah 2, I'd go Surah 2, 40 to 41, verse 85, verse 101, and so on. Those are all passages that where Allah says that he's affirming the scriptures that the Jews still have. 543, of course. 568, that's what says Jews and Christians have no ground to stand upon unless they stand upon the Torah and the gospel. 1094, that's where Muhammad's told that he can only confirm his revelations by going to the people of the book. And then that passage, that hadith in Sunan Abu Dawud, where Muhammad says, I believe in you and in the one who revealed you. The Torah is the judge. Learn those passages. And when Muslims are telling you, oh, you wrote your own book, you made up your own book, I'd say you guys are apostates and you don't even realize it. So you're not, don't even talk to me. Don't even talk to me like that. You're not a real Muslim.
But what they basically mean, just to briefly address that aspect of it, so initially what it meant was that that the Jews, when asked about certain things in their scripture, apparently, allegedly, according to Muhammad and his companions, that they would come out and not give the proper responses and not read properly what their texts actually say. They would cover it with their hands, so as not to tell the truth about their scripture on different occasions. However, the whole narrative on Jews forging their scripture then later developed in during the first centuries of Islam, together with Christians forging their scripture into at some point in history before Islam, at some point before the Quran came, the Jews and the Christians somehow, for some reason, somewhere, in some weird way, actually corrupted their scripture so much that they made up completely different, completely new thoughts and lines and removed things that were there and turned them into unrecognizable religions. And this sounds extremely absurd if you actually think about it. And if you ask them about it, they usually can't explain when exactly that is supposed to have happened. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit in any proper timeline. However, that is what Islam had to, or that is what Muslims in the early centuries had to resort to, because Muhammad was ignorant and tried to claim that it's the same God who sent him and who sent the Quran. But then Muslims found out slowly that Christians and Jews believe in completely different things that are fundamentally different from Islam. So they had to somehow explain that, and their explanation was, well, it's because the Christians and Jews, they corrupted their scripture. The scripture is no longer what it originally was. That's why it's so different from what we believe in. So that's what they mean.
Yeah, and it's just a weird situation where there's a good time to use what's called inference to the best explanation. Just what's the best explanation of all this? When Muhammad goes around saying, yes, the scriptures of the Jews and Christians are as good as gold, they line up perfectly with Islam, but the Jews and Christians just aren't following their scriptures like they should. If they were, we'd all be in complete agreement. And then later on you find out, oops, Torah and gospel don't line up at all with the Quran. What's the correct take? What's the obvious explanation? The obvious explanation is Muhammad didn't know what he was talking about. But no, Muslims, oh no, Jews and Christians corrupted it. Well, why did Muhammad know that? He did, but he just kept it a secret. What the heck are you babbling about?
It's also, of course, from a Muslim perspective, it's kind of hard to understand, but to expect that Jews, with their tradition of scripture, of the Torah, would actually have somehow collaborated in corrupting the scripture and writing some different things and going along with that is very hard to believe. To them, the Torah was this extremely high. And still is today. I'm speaking in past tense, but still is today. This thing that you treat with, that you don't even directly touch, that you treat with utmost respect, that is preserved in the most important place. It's treated like the greatest treasure, but the Muslim explanation is like, well, they just corrupted it. They just wrote whatever they wanted in there. Yeah, sure, bro.
Yeah, it's idiotic. Yeah, I went to a Yom Kippur service and I saw how Jews bring in the Torah, and it was beyond anything. It was beyond any concept of reverence I thought they would have for a book. I was shocked, but yeah, it became. I was thinking the exact same thing right here. It's, oh, you Muslims are thinking the Jews are taking this book and they're like, oh, let's just go make changes to it and so on. No, no. If Muhammad's prophethood was added to the Bible, what would we learn from his message? That it's okay to bang little girls, But Muhammad's prophethood is in the Bible. Beware of false prophets. They come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Oh, here's the one I mentioned earlier. Muhammad is the way to STD. Yes. Heavy Heart Show says, I debated Muslim Cowboy in DMs and he bailed. Not surprising. But guys, you've heard it here. You've heard it here. Muslim Cowboy, you are welcome to join us on our show. Bring your cousin, Yusuf Estes. We will have a wonderful conversation. We can discuss Christianity and we can discuss Islam. You'll be able to give dawah. Matter of fact, you join us live for a discussion. And at the end of that discussion, I will give you guys, Yusuf Estes and Muslim Cowboy, I will give you 10 minutes of uninterrupted dawah time. You can say whatever you want to all the people who are watching.
Ooh. There might be one thing that we might want to clarify, so that Yusuf Estes would agree to come on here, and that is that we will not bring up Alexander the Great and his role in the creation of the Catholic Church.
Yeah. We're gonna want it. We will have some questions about that. Yeah. Muslim Cowboy. Muhammad was a sex addict, and so am I. Andrew Tate. If you like sex with women, you're a homosexual. Draw your own conclusions. You could put those together and say Andrew Tate calls Muslim Cowboy
Homosexual.
Gideon's World. Every time I see Muslim Cowboy show up in my feed, I know I'm about to lose some brain cells. Yeah, he does have that effect on people. Yeah. David, I like your version of the Muslim Cowboy song, but my cover of the song is far superior. I'll have to check that out. Is that the one I've seen a couple different versions of it. I'm not seeing. Hang on. Michael Beacon. Check that out. Screenshotting that.
I saw one on Twitter the other day. I think I sent it to you, David.
Is that the one?
I don't know if that's...
Is that Michael Beacon's version? That's what I mean. I've seen a couple versions of it.
I don't know.
Ray says, your shows are always informative and entertaining. Thank you and God bless. Yes, thank you. Hank says, I'm trying to become an apologist such as you both are. This AP is an apologist. Could you share some resources or teach me how to be better as an apologist? I'm specifically trying to focus on evangelizing to Muslims. To get started, read Tactics by Greg Kokel. Tactics, that's foundational stuff. Get Answering Islam by Norm Geisler and Abdul Salib, and Nabil's first two books, Seeking Allah, Finding Jesus, and No God But One. Check those out. Other than that, go to the website answeringislam.net. Any objection your Muslim friends bring up, we've got it covered over on Answering Islam. So answeringislam.net, you can look up any topic that's brought up to you and know how to respond. Do you have any advice for people trying to get started, AP?
No, that is a very solid source. Answering Islam is a very, very solid source. No, nothing aside from that.
Okay. Agnes here, John Peter says, I took Latin a long time ago. I do not know enough to do this anymore.
That is a song, isn't it?
Is it?
That is. I mean, it's not a song. It is. But there is what I mean is I heard a song from that, but I think that is actually biblical, isn't it? Wait a minute.
What are you looking it up?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know more than you do.
I can make out some of it, but you could just type that into a search and get an accurate, like Peccata Mundi and so on. That's all pretty straightforward. Let's see. You guys heard of Ser Garvey? He's an atheist that regularly debates with the Dawa clowns, Mojab and Ali at Speaker's Corner and destroys them. Does he go by that name there? Because there are lots of nicknames at Speaker's Corner. So I'm not sure which one that is. But yeah, I'm familiar with some of the you've got Christians and atheists wrecking Islam over there, which is funny because Muslims are now on the run from Speaker's Corner, and you still got Ali Dawa. Oh yeah, because we completely controlled that place. Yeah, Bo. Would love.
Yeah, this is from a liturgical thing based on John 1:29 of "Behold the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world." But
that's the
phrase
Pakara. That's a Pakara Mundi.
from the liturgical is "Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world, have mercy on us." I sometimes listen to some liturgy.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't been listening to any liturgy, man.
And I heard that before. I do. It goes like, some like, but slower.
Would love to watch another debate against Mo Hijab. That guy is mentally loose cannon. Said it before. You're not going to see him debating anyone else unless it's someone he knows is not familiar with him and not familiar with Islam. It's basically every new Dawa guy comes along. He has tricks. He has ways to trick people. After a while, people catch on to those tricks. They don't work anymore. And you see those guys, they stop. They stop what they're doing because they know it won't work anymore. And that's why I said the Dawa guys don't last long. You know what I mean? Hi, guys. Huge fan. I love your videos from Romania. Nice. AP, talk to Mike Winger. He'll make you Christian. Oh, my goodness. That's a joke. That's obviously a joke. Solitary Emmy says, AP, call upon Jesus, Romans 10:13. For whosoever shall call upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. God will finish your salvation. Call upon Jesus or you're a loser. Shouldn't say that last part, but I added it for emphasis.
Oh, alhamdulillah.
Oh, hey, we got this. AP has now apostatized from Islam, Palestine, Kemalism, and atheism. I don't know how many curses are upon him anymore. AP, hey, you'll eventually have to be the apostate from everything.
Apostate everything. The everything apostate.
AP, are you worried about losing atheist followers if you acknowledge the existence of God? Guys, I've known AP for a while. I think I can safely say that plays zero role in his motivation for anything.
Yes.
You can pick up people's personalities over time. But yeah, AP's not the sort that would be like, oh, yeah, I believe in God now, but I'm worried about what my followers would say.
I appreciate everyone who is there and who has been there. However, if I came to a certain conclusion, no matter who I would lose, I would have to, if I honestly agree with that, have to then also publicly acknowledge it. But I don't think, I'm not afraid of that.
Yep.
I don't even think that's a big concern.
I only learn about the Talmud from the expert on 3rd century BC rabbinic Judaism scholar Nick Fuentesman. That is the rabbi of all rabbis there. It is good to see your public declaration of agnosticism. It has seemed like that's the case for a while now, so it's nice to see the truth revealed. AP humiliates atheists around the world. When the mubahala is the answer to ideological differences, then polemics become the only recourse. Yeah, Muslims believe in the mubahala, even though that did not work well for Muhammad and his entire family died, including him. Does this mean AP thinks Christians are horses? Yeah, you're going from donkey to mule to stallion. Don't say horses, stallions. Christian stallions. Do you want to be the donkey-brained atheist, the mule-brained agnostic, or the Christian stallion? Those are your options, ladies and gentlemen.
Christians are horses, and that's what I would be if I became a Christian.
Horse is a horse, of course, and no one can talk to a horse, of course. That is, of course, unless the horse is the famous Mr. Ed. Way before your time, AP. Shawnee Luke attended Portland Jewish Academy. I wish the woke brigade could be forced to see what happened to a girl who walked the same streets as them as a child. Rest in peace, Shani. Many in Oregon support Israel. Hey, Here you go. Tomorrow's Dawa headline. AP considering reversion to Islam. That's awesome.
By the way, the song that I mentioned earlier is Agnus Dei by Samuel Barber, which is a choral composition based on the liturgical
He
Agnus
said
Dei.
based.
It's it's a very, very good one, and I actually do listen to that sometimes,
Oh,
and
cool.
it's very good.
All right, let's get through these last remaining super chats real quick because we do still have to meet a challenge. We've been challenged, ladies and gentlemen. When you invite Christ to live in your heart, you don't get a religion, you get a friend, AP, and you could always use another friend. AP discovers holes in the atheist narrative. I love these comments. These are awesome. Probably Satan is disputing with the body of the president with the wolves. Talk about the body of the president. I am sorry that I was the 900th who has asked you the same question. Thank you very much for the beautiful and patient answer you gave. Yeah, I was like, yeah, I wasn't picking on you. It's because I know like people come on and you haven't seen one of the shows, and it's an obvious question, right? It's an obvious question. Hey, what's going on here? So I was referring to Tyson Fury and Christianity. Oh, that was CO earlier who said something. No, you said, does this mean AP thinks Christians are horses? What were you talking about, CO? I think it was one of the comments early.
It was much earlier. I remember that name. Yeah.
What was that?
There was one much earlier. I don't remember what it was.
Okay. Yeah, I forget what that's about. But we can, we'll know in the replay. Raisin didn't die. Allah made it appear. Oh, that's the, I forget that. Raisin didn't die. It's funny, Raisin. Allah made it appear as if he died to deceive fools like AP, but actually he's flying with Barack until Imam Mahdi returns. What's crazy is that the hardliners could say something like that and all their followers would agree. Iran Prez is like American Vice Prez. He's under the supreme leader, right? Does Iran have a Vice Prez? I don't know if they do, but that would be a good description, right? You've got the Ayatollah would be the main guy, and as far as his role, he's more like we think of like a vice president, right? Don't like that.
Yeah. So he is the president, but there is above the president is the supreme leader, would be the religious leader of the country, because it is a theocratic republic, supposed democracy.
Yeah.
And under the
democracy
president,
where the entire population hates the leaders.
Yeah. If the president dies, the vice president, whom nobody even knows his name, will take over. That's what happens.
AP, check out Mike. Oh my goodness, you're about to get blocked, even though you're trying to be nice. AP, check out Mike Winger's Evidence for the Bible series. It's quite long, but if you are seeking answers from a historical and scripture analytic angle, no. Islam is imploding in Iran and Turkey. Yes. Finally, some common sense and not all this Mike Winger stuff. Paulo says, I believe the Islamic Republic of Iran knows he's dead and is preparing for a massive uprising from anti-government protesters. That's actually a good theory, right? Like, if they already know he's dead, but they're not announcing it because they're like, we got to get ready because these protesters are gonna dial it up a notch.
Yeah, one argument against it would be that that there are apparently other forces, rescue teams, and search teams from neighboring countries, including Turkey, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and other places, helping Iran find. And even the European Union activated a thing, some device to help, which is very stupid. Which is very. I get it. Okay, I understand, but I'm personally not a fan of as Western people helping the leaders of those very people who preach all the time that you are the devil and you should eventually be defeated and subjugated. But yeah, so there are more than just Iran involved, so it would be hard to hide.
Yeah, I seriously think we'll probably have a lot of incoming news here really soon. Adeline says, that's a good one. Recently, a Muslim claimed that we are still under the old covenant because what? Yeah, it's always great to hear Muslims tell us that we're under, to explain our religion to us. That's what we really need, Dawa guys. Recently, a Muslim claimed we're still under the old covenant because, one, Jesus was vague in Matthew 5. I'll even tell you the verse they go to. It's where Jesus says he did not come to abolish the law and the prophets, but to fulfill. And so, yeah, it's just keep reading. What does Jesus do over and over again? You have heard that it was said, and he quotes the Old Testament. He says, "But I say to you," but if you're just going with Jesus, we're not under the new covenant. We're not under the new covenant. What does Jesus say? Same exact book. Keep reading. This is my blood shed for you for the new covenant. Jesus specifically refers to the new covenant. So Jesus refers to the new covenant. If you want to take Paul out of the equation, go to the book of Acts chapter 15. Read Acts 15 with your friends, because then the question becomes, what about Gentiles? Do Gentiles need to convert to Judaism and obey the law? And if so, do they need to follow the law? The consensus in Acts 15 of the people who knew Jesus and were his primary followers was, no, Gentiles do not need to follow the law because they're under the new covenant. So, yeah, something along those lines.
Well, who are you going to believe, Muslims or Christians?
Hey, here we have Ibrahim Raisi right here. That's the last time.
Hey, what's up, man?
Says, that's the last time I trust a guy named Eli Copter. If we've learned anything, ladies and gentlemen, do not trust a man named Eli Copter. Apostate Mummy says, they will see that this community knows Quran and Hadith better than the Dawa guys. Dawa, dysfunctional Alan with a lot of hate. Zabuba, mark of the beast?
Beast.
The Zabuba. Celeria says, yeah, answering Islam is good. I'm using the topic organized Quran hosted on there to build a basis for thoroughly analyzing the Quran surah by surah. That's a lot of work going surah by surah. In the meantime, and by the way, don't think you have to learn everything and then engage. You can be engaging along the way and then using the responses you get from Muslims as an opportunity to say, hey, let me go look that up and study. And you can kind of learn on the go like that. Hug says, AP, love to share how we work with the Muslim Iranian refugees who have come to faith. The hairiest thing for me as an Armenian was going to Turkey, but God, only through Jesus can we have a forgiving heart. Enjoy both of you. Brilliant channel.
Thank you.
I do like our channel. Well, my channel. I can't say the same for yours, AP.
Yeah.
He's got a good point.
It's true.
Why would an Armenian have a problem in Turkey, AP?
I have no idea. It's not like there was a huge genocide of Armenians. And it's not like lots of people in Turkey harbor very, very hateful views of
Why
Armenia.
is that? Why is like Turkey like... I mean, those are like of all the other things that happen in the Muslim world, it's like these are the guys who are like obsessed with genociding everyone else.
Turks are very nationalistic. They have this very... they have a very ultra-nationalist, racist point of view, and it's kind of weird. It's like they are on one hand these the ones who descend from the Ottoman Empire that kind of had this leadership and united the Islamic world under a caliphate. On the other hand, they always have this thing where they consider Turkishness to be the ultimate great thing. And it's always a discussion whether you are first Turkish or first Muslim. And they take this whole pride of being Turkish to very extreme levels, and often consider themselves superior to Arabs and have kind of racist-ish views toward Arabs as well, while even enjoying Islam. And you can't ever tell a Turk that Turks did even one single thing wrong in history. It's they are very, very... It's very messed up, and they do have quite some hate. I don't know.
Yep.
It's a desperate attempt at trying to be a nation while not being an actual nation.
Yep, it is. Yeah, I'm not liking Turkey nowadays, man. Except for Thanksgiving. You have altered this quote. You have altered the text of the Torah and expunged the name of Muhammad. The motive for their accusation lies in the absence of any allusion to Muhammad in the Torah. That's from Maimonides. Yeah. So you must have taken the name of Muhammad out. Dude, we have copies of the entire Torah. We have copies of the Torah before the time of Muhammad. What? Did we build a time machine and go take his name out? My goodness, man.
Well, then how do you explain that Muhammad is not in the Torah?
Yeah. Hey, AP, that's so awesome that you were given such a sweet gift after visiting Israel. Faith is a gift of God. Praying for you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate it.
AP, C.S. Lewis's essay, The Weight of Glory, describes how the longings for things not in this world suggests we are not of this world, just as it would be odd to have sexual desire in a sexless world.
Beast.
Do you understand the point?
Yeah.
They're saying read that and quit being a loser. There's plagiarism apps. Can we put the Quran through one? Yeah, that would be funny. Putting the Quran through a plagiarism app. This was taken from this. This was taken from that. This was taken from this. That would be funny. Someone wants to try that. It'd be good.
I always want to. I sometimes ask Muslims this, but when they talk about how the Quran is the most impressive book, which can never be imitated, there's nothing like it. It's like, okay, I understand, and I'm not trying to appeal to popularity here, but can you ever show me a list of like the best best texts, best books ever by any standard? And can you ever show me a list that actually includes the Quran and says, "Oh, the Quran is absolutely amazing. It still baffles us how this book came into existence. It is much better than any book written
We
before."
love the way it's completely disorganized, jumps around from topic to topic. We love it how Allah keeps trying to say peaceful things, but it keeps coming out. Slay them
And
wherever you find them.
Nobody thinks it's one of the best books ever. So nobody. You only believe that if you're a Muslim.
Yeah. Paulo here says a lot of information is coming out over in Iran. A popular Iranian police officer shot dead. I smell a coup. That I wasn't even thinking about that, but yeah, this could set off something. Like people could smell blood in the water and jump on it.
This is why I think Khamenei posted very early, like within the hour of the accident. I think he posted, "No matter what happens, this will not disrupt the stability of Iran," or something like that, which just looks like a desperate attempt to prevent, panic and unrest.
Let's see. Always praying for you guys and your families. May God reveal his love and holiness as you seek him and give you peace. Isn't it weird that there are still nice people on the internet? Jesus separates the goats from the sheep, but D-Wood eats Quran pages like Aisha's goat, while AP not. Draw your conclusions.
Alhamdulillah.
Oh, this is what CO was talking about. Okay, so CO. Oh, yeah. So he says the 2 Corinthians 6 passage was directed to the idea of Tyson Fury and Christianity. Didn't mean to offend AP. I think you got to do more than that to actually offend AP. I'm a big follower and admire you both.
Dare you? Oh yeah, thank you.
Well, then I don't understand the Tyson Fury reference. Are you eating the Quran? Hey, you know what's funny? Earlier, my dog found a page of the Quran and then chewed it up, and there were a little pile of Quran bits. And I thought about taking a picture of it because I didn't do it. I didn't say, "Hey, dog, chew up this Quran," but he did. I thought about taking a picture of it and doing something with it. I don't know.
Since when do you have a dog? You have a dog.
My wife got a freaking poodle, man. By far my least favorite dog. It's like every other dog in the world. And then at the bottom, you go another 100 miles and then poodle. And she went and got one without informing me or without any input from me.
Cute, very cute and very, 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 very nice dogs. And in fact, they are one of the most intelligent.
It is cooler than I thought. I like it way more than I thought. Because I thought they're just like these, look at me, look at my pretty bow, That thing's ferocious, man. As soon as because he sleeps in my youngest son's room, as soon as I open the door in the morning, he just comes in and like attacks me and starts chewing on my arm and stuff like this. And so he comes out like a little Tasmanian devil whirlwind. And so anyway, I kind of like him for that. He did get some cool points for chewing up a Quran. But we'll see.
They are very intelligent, very reliable, and very playful, and stuff. And they're companion dogs. That's what they have.
Yeah. I mean, I like tough dogs who can like go after someone's face if they need to and stuff like that. Especially like a cool black dog, like a Doberman or something like that, in case jihadis show up. They're terrified. They're almost paralyzed around black dogs. I've seen it before. Even little, so I'm not crazy about little dogs, but even little dogs, I kind of like Boston Terriers and stuff like that. They're kind of like scrappy, even though they're small, because they were bred for like being put into holes to go hunt rats down in holes and stuff like that. So they're pretty tough little dogs and stuff. Anyway, poodles, not a fan, but what can I do?
We have a Labradoodle, which is a mix of a Labrador and a poodle, and he looks more poodle than lab. But he's a good one.
All right, so cool. We're through just these last couple super chats here, and then we can jump into our topic. Gosh, it's already past 10. We're about to get into our topic. Okay, what we will do is we will just be firing off brutally Quran errors. We'll go through like 10 of them or something like that, and I will cut that clip. We also have a channel, another channel where I've been putting the shorter clips of specific topics over there, and then it will be there for people to circulate as a response to the challenge from the Deen Show. So yes, it will be in short form, ladies and gentlemen. We have a short form version of it. You guys, indeed, you guys are more influential than you think. Most ex-Muslims I know say they left Islam through your vids, exposing them to the great apologist Mike Winger. That's what they talk about, out of the frying pan into the fryer stuff. You know what I mean? Why are you going to leave Muhammad and go to Mike Winger? It doesn't even make any sense. Jesus,
such a good.
Yeah, Jesus, pass no judgment, and you will not be judged. Kurtz, because it's judgment that defeats us.
Beast.
AP, if you like Agnus Dei, you should listen to Haid Mass in C major, Hub 22.5 Missa. Oh, they're giving you references for stuff you would like there. Take a screenshot of this, AP. Take a screenshot of it.
I shall do so.
You should check out all these. I'll probably check them out too. I do like some of the like Gregorian chanting and stuff like that. I'm not too familiar with this stuff. I'll check it out though.
It just tastes weird, man.
What? The Quran?
Quran.
Well, what are you talking? Of course it does. It's literally dog food. Solaria says, indeed, I am studying in an eclectic fashion rather than just diving in directly. I've heard it's very hard to read from 1 to 114, so I'm only planning to do that after building a strong foundation. Solaria, yeah, I don't know if you've heard from me before. What you're saying you're doing is exactly what I recommend because I get this all the time. Hey, I'm interested in apologetics dealing with Islam. Should I read the Quran? I say no. Not until later. And the reason is most people will give up by Surah 2. Somewhere in Surah 2, they will give up reading the Quran and they will think, well, I can't deal with this. I can't study Islam. And so, and by the way, you can read from Surah 100. You can read from Surah 1 to 114. You will learn practically nothing from that. You just won't. You're not going to learn much. It jumps around from topic to topic. So apart from bragging rights in terms of, yes, I've read the entire Quran, you don't get much out of it. You get way more by focusing topically. In other words, find a list or some sort of search, pick a topic you're interested in, find all the Quran passages that deal with that topic, then find the hadiths that are related to that topic, maybe some commentaries on that, stuff like that. So study that way. We don't want people to give up, and just going straight to the Quran is a surefire way to give up.
It's a good Islamic phrase, which you will learn nothing and you will be happy.
Hey, see what's funny here. He says, D-Wood just wants me to keep sending super chats to keep explaining my super chats, but I won't fall for it. But he ironically put that in a super chat. That's funny. You're funny, CEO. Matt here. How dare you speak like this about Holy Poodle? You're finished, humiliated. Yeah, cool. Oh, poodles, my goodness. Holy Poodle. That is a cool poodle. Again, just finding a little pile of chewed up Quran. I went from like liking the poodle more than I thought I would, but still not liking poodle at all, to, okay, this guy's, he's kind of all right. So we'll see. We'll see where things are going. My leather straps are tired. I might crash for the night. That's messed up, man. That's from the president. It's from the president of Iran. That's one of AP's fans come over here from the Atheist channel.
Good humor.
Hey, AP, quick question. Was there any evidence for the decapitation of the 40 babies on October 7th? Boom.
Nope. But the problem is also that nobody ever
It wasn't a
really
claim.
made such a claim. Israel didn't officially make such a claim. Um, and I can explain it actually very briefly by going through a very, very quick text here, which I will get back to. You can continue if you want to. I'll get back to it in a second.
Well, we've gone through the super chat, so we're actually ready to start our topic. So why don't you just give the gist? Why don't you just give the gist, and then we jump into? Gosh, did we seriously go over 2 hours, and now we're just getting to the topic?
What?
What?
So I made a tweet before in which I kind of addressed this issue, and I said, short explanation on the 40 beheaded baby story. IDF never claimed 40 babies were beheaded. Israeli officials never claimed 40 babies were beheaded. Zaka rescue team never claimed 40 babies were beheaded. The first mention came from an I-24 news reporter who said she was told by a commander that 40 babies were found dead. Some had their heads cut off. I don't even want to get this explicit here, but yeah. The Israeli X account quoted a news report from the same reporter on 40 dead babies. An interview with a deputy commander was published where he said Hamas decapitates children and women. Then later, that same reporter said 40 babies/children were killed according to soldiers on the ground, which contradicts her earlier statement. Then a Zaka official said that he saw beheaded children and babies. And Netanyahu's office published photos of dead and burned babies. So that's all this is. No official source ever actually made the claim that 40 babies were beheaded by Hamas on that day. When now so-called anti-Zionists say, "Oh, what about the 40 beheaded babies story?" They are going for a red herring, for a straw man, for something that nobody ever really claimed, to then falsely say, look, they spread hoaxes like these to justify their atrocities, and that has been debunked. Where is the proof of 40 beheaded babies? There is no proof because nobody ever asserted such a thing. That's that.
All right, you heard it here. All right, one more super chat, and then we're jumping into our video. What do you think Israel has done wrong in the Israel-Hamas other war? I support Israel, by the way. Yeah, as far as things going wrong, these would be things that you would generally point out that these things happen in wars, right? Killing your own people by friendly fire. That happened. Matter of fact, it just happened. They killed some of their own guys. Killing hostages. That happened. So things happen in war where you kind of agree with the big picture. You're going after Hamas. You're going to get your hostages back. With that said, in war, people just aren't perfect. If you have human beings involved and guns firing and bombs going off and you're dropping bombs on places and so on like that, and you see people pop up and you're shooting because you know if they're about to kill you and so on, those things happen. So anytime where it's a situation where like, oh my goodness, someone just massively screwed up right there and shot the completely wrong people or something like that, I can say, if you want to point out, hey, that person should have been more careful, or that person should have been trained better, or something like that, then I could agree with that. Because, I mean, if you're shooting hostages or something like that, or if you're shooting your own people by friendly fire, or if you kill, if you were to, was it like the food suppliers or something like that? You can look at any of that and say, hey, someone screwed up there. Someone screwed up. So it's that kind of thing. That's the point. I'm not going to say, hey, everything that happens is great and fine with me. But at the same time, I can say, okay, there's a war. It's a very messy process and so on. So I'm not going to say, oh, look what just happened right here. Friendly fire. They kill their own people. You see it, the Jews. That's the thing I'm more concerned about, that people do that. Yeah. Look at this. You see it, the Jews. And see, that was them killing their own people by friendly fire. If they had killed someone else by friendly fire, they would say, you see, it was on purpose. And it's like, guys, you can see they screw up, right? You can see that happens. That they killed. Sometimes they hit their own hostages, or they hit their own soldiers and stuff. You see that war is an incredibly sloppy process, especially in this kind of war, right? So that's the kind of situation I'm talking about.
And the funny thing is, people are paying attention to such mistakes and such unfortunate incidents because everybody is currently paying extraordinary attention to this specific war, and a lot of people who usually don't know anything about war or who don't follow wars closely are now following this and commenting on it. For example, when we talk about friendly fire, we talked about it. On average, during wars, there is like up to 20% of deaths are usually as a result of friendly fire. Might sound insane, but this is the average in wartime, and Israel isn't close to that at the moment as it looks. So even there, when people come out and say, "Whoa, how could it be that they accidentally killed their own people?" Well, apparently you don't know much about war, and that's all right. That's all right because this is very normal. But if you don't know much about it, maybe don't comment on it so wildly and with such a bias. Personally, I would say I can't say that Israel did anything wrong in this specific war. However, I would say in the whole conflict with Hamas, what they did one thing wrong, which is as soon as Hamas came to power and rejected any peace process back in 2006, 2007, Israel should have gone in and finished it and took it over.
Quit being a warmonger, AP. You just want your war profits going up. I said war profits. Okay, all right, we're ready to jump in. Matter of fact, two quick ones real quick, and this because this leads into it. AP spitting Quran proves he is a secret lamb.
Yes.
Or he's the goat. Not that I don't like the banter, but what did the Deen Show say? Not that I don't like the banter, but what did the Deen Show say? This brings us up to the topic about the Deen Show. You want to know what the Deen Show said, AP?
Let's have a look at it.
You guys want to see what the Deen Show said? You're going to ask us about the Deen Show. This is short. It's only a few seconds, but it's put out. So it's a clip from a video that the Deen Show put on Twitter as a challenge. Let's go ahead and check this out. We'll watch it a couple times real quick, just so everyone understands what the challenge is.
If you think the Quran is so wrong, then read it and find the error. And there you go. If you can find one, you'll be the person who defeated Islam.
Read it, find an error. If you do, you'll be the person who defeated Islam. Let's let him finish here.
People have been trying for 1,400 years. Everyone's failed. So
everyone has failed.
If you think you're the guy who could do that, you're the woman who could do that, then try it. If you think...
So we heard that here, folks. That was the entire video. Again, this is I'm sure this is from a longer show and stuff like this, but this is the clip that the Deen Show shared as a challenge to everyone. We'll watch it again, probably play it again after we go through some issues with the Quran here. But
if you think the Quran is so wrong, then read it.
If you think the Quran is so wrong, which I do,
and find
then
the
read
error.
it. I have. Find an error.
And there you go. If you can find one, you'll be the person who defeated Islam.
I think I can find a bunch.
People have been trying for 1,400 years.
But notice what he said. If you find an error in the Quran, you will have defeated Islam.
Failed. So if you think you're the guy who could do that, you're the woman who could do that, then try it. If you think...
All right, AP, you got the challenge?
Yes.
Have you heard the challenge, ladies and gentlemen? And let me see here. So we saw the challenge. We'll watch that again after we go through a little bit, just in case anyone tunes in late. But let me see if I have the tweet here. Yeah, I have the tweet here. So that's Eddie Deen. Eddie Deen of the Deen Show. Eddie put it out. People have been trying for 1,400 plus years, and he posted this clip as a challenge to us to show that the Quran has an error in it. And if we can do it, if the trajectory continues as it is, and we can show that there is an error in the Quran, then we will be the people who have defeated the Quran. Can you imagine that, AP? You've got all these people been trying for 14 centuries. They haven't been able to do it. People for 14 centuries haven't been able to find one single error in the Quran. Not one. They haven't been able to find an error in the Quran. But if we are the first people to find one, then we will be the people who defeated, destroyed, humiliated the Quran. That's what I just heard him say. Is that?
Do you think we will be in history books?
Yeah, they'll put us in history books. These are the guys who finally found one.
Yes, so that's what I heard. That's what I heard as well. It very much sounded to me like if there is no mistake in the Quran at all, if there is only one mistake, then sit down, read it, and point it out, present it. Then you will be the person who actually found the mistake in the Quran. That's how confident they are. There is no mistake in the Quran at all. At all. That's what they say.
Now, when they posted that challenge, you and I both posted in response the same Quran verse as an example. An example. And here we have it. So this is a section of, matter of fact, I don't even mind reading this entire passage, just because once you understand what's going on in Surah 9, verse 30, and then you connect it to the surrounding context of what the point of this verse is, it's extremely, extremely, extremely messed up and horrifying. But AP, what's the problem with Surah 9, verse 30 here?
Well, David. In Surah 9, verse 30, it says, the Jews say Ezra is the son of Allah, and the Christians say the Messiah is the son of Allah. That is their saying with their mouths. They imitate the saying of those who disbelieved of old. Allah himself fighteth against them. How perverse are they? The problem is, yes, we know that Christians believe Jesus is God and the Son of God. However, Jews, what in the world is this? Which Jew believes that Ezra is the son of God? Which Jew has ever believed that Ezra is the son of God? There is no record of a single Jew ever holding such a belief.
Have we been able to find one Jew in history who calls Ezra the son of God?
No. Not a single individual. And yet, the Quran here presents this as a general Jewish belief, and therefore condemns the Jews. And this is also confirmed when we go to the Hadiths and see that Muhammad says that on the Day of Judgment, the Jews will be asked, what did you used to believe? And they will say, oh, we used to believe in Ezra, the son of Allah. Clear mistake.
So, what you're saying is that here you have the Quran raising this accusation against Jews, and it's a problem for them. They call Ezra the son of Allah. And if a Muslim were to want to say, well, maybe it was just like one person or something like that, maybe that's why he says it. But it's parallel with Christians saying the Messiah is the son of Allah. So you pointed out, the Quran is presenting this as a standard Jewish belief, right? Because it doesn't say what, some weird offshoot heretical sect of Christianity says. It says Christians say that Christ is the Son of God. That's exactly what that is. That is basic, fundamental Christian teaching. So obviously, this is talking about Christians in general, Jews in general. It says that Ezra is the son of Allah. And what we're saying is, even if a Muslim wanted us to give the benefit of the doubt and say, oh, maybe it was just, even though it's talking about Christians in general, maybe it's just talking about one random Jew who said something weird one day. You pointed out the problem is, in the Hadith, Muhammad himself said that at the judgment, the Jews in general, as one giant group, are going to be asked, what did you worship? And they say, Ezra.
Yeah. And just think about one aspect here for a second. If it really were, if you want to disregard all of this, right, and you want to say, hey, no, this is clearly just about particular Jews who were, I don't know, they were there in the time of Muhammad, around him somewhere, I don't know, and they believed that Ezra is the son of Allah. Okay, let's say for the sake of the argument that is a possible explanation. Why in the world would Allah reveal the Quran, which is supposed to be Allah's message, Allah's revelation, Allah's guidance, unchangeable for all mankind, for all time, until the end comes? And by the way, this is a text, this is a revelation, the Quran, which Allah supposedly wrote in or authored or created in, or whatever you might say, created, or it is uncreated, but it existed with him. Whatever it is, he planned the revelation of this before anything ever came to existence, before humans came into existence. So
Mhm.
this is his divinely, perfectly planned message. And in that perfectly planned message, in this book, he is talking about Jews, certain Jews who worship Ezra as a son of Allah, and yet nobody has ever heard of those Jews. Why would Allah be talking about some Jews that nobody has ever heard of and that will never ever be relevant to the world?
Yeah, that's a parallel problem with the passage in Surah 5 where Allah finally tries to describe the Trinity, the doctrine of the Trinity that people are supposed to reject. And he defines the Trinity as Allah, Jesus, and Mary, who all like work together, but they're separate beings, right? Now, when we bring that up, we say, wait, Allah's telling people to reject the Trinity. And then when he describes the Trinity, he doesn't even know what it is. And then the response is, but maybe there was some group that taught this as the Trinity. We say, we have no record of any Christian group ever teaching that as a Trinity. Well, maybe it was some local kind of group that we have no record of, and that's what they taught. And then the problem with that is what AP was just talking about. This is Allah's eternal speech. Allah has from all eternity figured out exactly how he wants to respond to Jews and Christians. And when he does, he responds to a Trinity made up of Allah, Jesus, and Mary. And he responds to a group of Jews that we have no record of who say that Ezra is the son of Allah. Why did he pick these two groups that no one's ever heard of and base his responses to them? So anyway, the point is, on this one verse, Jews call Ezra the son of Allah. Since it's right beside this passage about Christians saying the Messiah is the son of Allah, it's presenting this as a problem for Jews in general. And notice it doesn't say, hey, there's one Jewish guy. It says the Jews say this. It presents it as sort of a blanket statement about Jews, the same way it presents the Christians say as a blanket statement about Christians. And the statement is correct about Christians and completely incorrect and false about Jews. And so how do Muslims try to get around this? They say, again, maybe it's just one guy or maybe some small group that we don't have any record of. Wrong. It can't be that. It's impossible that it's that, because Muhammad in the Hadith says that this is the general charge against Jews in general at the Judgment Day. And on top of all that, as AP pointed out, that this is Allah's eternal speech. Why isn't he responding to mainstream Jewish misunderstandings or shirk or something like that? Why is he going to some group that no one's ever heard of or some person that no one's ever heard of? Makes zero sense. So we can say that indisputably, this is false. If the Quran lays it down as something that Jews say, Ezra is the son of Allah, and we can't find any Jew who has ever said this, then the Quran is wrong. Guys, I mean, how much more wrong could something be? The Quran says, this is what the Jews say. They say it. And the Jews don't say it. Okay, then the Quran is wrong. I repeat, the Quran says, the Jews say. Do the Jews say that? No, they don't say it. So if the Quran's saying they say it and they don't say it, that's kind of an error, isn't it? Indisputable error.
You could put this in a simple syllogism, and you would just conclude that the Quran is wrong here. And the Quran says Jews say Ezra is the son of Allah. Do the Jews say Ezra is the son of Allah? No.
If you want, I see what we're trying to let me break it down. I'll help you. I'm trying to think of which, because you could put things into multiple logical forms and so on. You could put it to something. You could say something like this. If the Quran is right, then Jews call Ezra the son of Allah. Premise 2, Jews don't call Ezra the son of Allah. Conclusion, therefore, the Quran is not right. The Quran is wrong. The Quran contains an error.
Something like that.
Yeah, something along those lines. But again, you could put that in multiple ways to formulate that. But guys, there's another.
Think about the. Turn this into a little bit of a cartoon or whatever it is, or in your head, and think about this. You are Allah in pre-eternity, and you devise the plan for everything that you are about to put into motion, and you're like, I will create the worlds, I will create humanity, I will create this group, I will create the Jews and the Christians, and I will finally send the true revelation to them all. In this true revelation, I will address the Christians who say Jesus is the Son of Allah, and then I will also address the Jews who say Ezra is the son of Allah. Okay, why in the world did Allah make that plan?
Yeah. He's the best of planners too. Like what? Yeah. So guys, we have multiple issues there, and then an additional issue, an additional problem arises once you read this in context. Let's read the context here since we have it. Surah 9, verse 28, up at the top. O you who believe, the idolaters only are unclean. So let them not come near the inviolable place of worship after this year. If ye fear poverty from the loss of their merchandise, Allah shall preserve you of his bounty if he will. Lo, Allah is knower wise. So the background there is the Kaaba used to be a pagan center of worship. And so people would take the pilgrimage to Mecca. They'd make trade deals and so on while they're in Mecca and so on. The polytheists would travel to Mecca and so on. Then Allah announces that they're not going to be allowed there anymore. And Muhammad's tribe, the Quraysh, said, hey, this is going to mess up all our financial dealings with the rest of the people of Arabia if we say, hey, get out of here, you're all filthy and all unclean. What does Allah say? If you fear poverty, Allah shall preserve you out of his bounty if he will. So think about this. They're saying, hey, we're going to lose money by your new revelations. And the response is, don't worry, Allah, if you fear poverty, Allah shall preserve you. How's he going to do this? How's he going to do this from his bounty? How's he going to replace the money that you're losing? Next verse. Fight against such of those who have been given the scripture as believe not in Allah nor the last day, and forbid not that which Allah hath forbidden by his messenger, and follow not the religion of truth until they pay the tribute readily, being brought low. This is a weird translation because this actually refers to the people of the book. It says from among the people of the book until they pay the tribute readily, being brought low. So this is talking about Jews and Christians. The obvious question here would be, wait a minute, why are we going to be fighting Jews and Christians? They're the people of the book. So Allah has to justify fighting us in order to subjugate us and make us pay money. Verse 30, how's he going to do that? How's he going to say, you see, this is why you have to fight these guys. They're not really Muslims. Because keep in mind, we just talked, what was it, yesterday? About Surah 2, verse 62. Surah 2, verse 62 says the Jews and the Christians are fine as long as they obey Allah and so on. And then here you have to fight them. Why we got to fight them? Because the Jews say Ezra is the son of Allah. The Christians say the Messiah is the son of Allah. That is their saying with their mouths. They imitate the saying of those who disbelieved of old. Allah himself fighteth against them. How perverse are they? So, hey, you gotta
perverse are they?
You're gonna fight the people of the book, Jews and Christians. That's how you're going to get the money to replace the money you're losing by blocking the polytheists from taking the pilgrimage and so on. Well, why are we going to fight Jews and Christians and make them pay us money? Because the Jews say Ezra is the son of Allah. Do they say that? No, this is Allah making something up, or Muhammad, depending on who you think is responsible for this. But Allah or Muhammad made up a lie against Jews to justify violently subjugating them and forcing them to pay money. That's verse 30. Then, have we done anything else? Verse 31, they have taken as lords beside Allah their rabbis and their monks and the Messiah, son of Mary, when they were bidden to worship only one God. So they didn't just take Jesus and Ezra as sons of God. They took as lords their rabbis and their monks and the Messiah, son of Mary, when they were bidden to worship only one God. There is no God save him. Be he glorified from all that they ascribe as partner unto him. Fain, next verse, fain would they have put out the light of Allah with their mouths, but Allah disdaineth aught, save that he shall perfect his light, however much the disbelievers are averse. Look at that. They would put out the light of Allah with their mouths. This is talking about what we say. Notice there's nothing in here about self-defense as far as justifying Surah 9, verse 29, fight those who do not believe in Allah. Right? There's nothing about, hey, they're attacking you, they're coming to kill you or anything else like that. It's all about what we say. But look at this. They would put out the light of Allah with their mouths. This is talking about what Jews and Christians say. Well, what are we saying to put out the light of Allah? What are Jews saying to put out the light of Allah? They're saying Ezra is the son of Allah. What's that? What'd you say?
Ezra is the son of Allah.
That's right.
It.
That's what they're saying. That's what the Quran in verse 32 says, that Jews are saying to put out the light of Allah, and that he's going to stop them from doing that. So, but Allah disdaineth aught save that he shall perfect his light, however much the disbelievers are averse. And then how is Allah going to stop Jews from saying that Ezra is the son of Allah? Next verse. He it is who hath sent his messenger, Muhammad, with the guidance and the religion of truth, that he may cause it to prevail over all religion, however much the idolaters may be averse. So how is he going to stop the Jews from this crime of saying that Ezra is the son of Allah? Well, that's why he sent Muhammad, to make Islam prevail, to silence the people who want to put out the light of Allah. Guys, this, if you get your mind around this, this is really, 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 really bad. It's saying, hey, you're going to fight and subjugate Jews until they pay you money. You're going to silence them. You're going to keep them from saying what they want to say. What do they want to say? And what's the justification for violently subjugating the Jews? A lie. A lie. You're just making something up about them. You're just completely making something up. Guys, imagine. Imagine if... What's that?
Not to be confused with Eli Copter.
Yeah. I mean, guys, think about the pattern here. AP, how many times have you seen Muslims make something up about Jews? How many times, AP, have you seen Muslims make things up about Jews, about the Talmud, about things Jews have done, about things Jews are doing, about things that are happening in the war? How many times have you seen that?
I grew up with it. I've seen it throughout my life all the time, non-stop. And especially now, in the last months, we are seeing it again and again and again and again and again.
And how can you even say, how can you tell a Muslim with a straight face, it's wrong of you to lie about Jews in order to rile people up and encourage violence against them, when it is exactly what Allah himself does in the Quran, and exactly what Muhammad himself did in the Hadith? Allah in the Quran says, we have to subjugate the Jews because they're trying to put out the light of Allah by saying Ezra is the son of Allah. Well, problem, Jews don't say that at all. Shut up, we have to do it anyway because, yes, they do. Who are you going to believe, us or the Jews, right? And in the Hadith, Muhammad says that this is going to be the main charge against the Jews on the Day of Judgment, is that they worship Ezra. This is all justification for violently subjugating them, and it's complete, utter, total lies. The takeaway message from this passage in the Quran and from the Hadith is that if you want to violently subjugate people, to take their money, lie about them, to incite your followers and give your followers a hatred of this group so that your followers go out and attack them and subjugate them and have no problem with killing and slaughtering them because of the horrible things that they do, or the horrible things you think they do because your God and your prophet lied about them. What's the example that's laid down here? Lie about your enemies. War is deceit, as Muhammad said. Lie about them to encourage violence against them. This comes from Allah and Muhammad. Why would we be surprised to see their followers doing the exact same thing?
Very good point and very important point. This is what we experience today when we counter their lies. The lies that they're spreading and that are so popular, when we counter them and we present evidence to the contrary and talk about how false, how obviously false their claims are, they refuse to listen and they just continue these lies because it serves their purpose, their agenda, their political agenda, their religious political agenda, their hateful agenda. And I actually never really thought about it from this perspective until you just brought this up. So this is actually a very, very interesting and very good point. But there is precedent for that very behavior right here in this verse, in chapter 9, verse 30, where a falsehood and a false accusation is created about Jews, of which there is no trace in history at all of its truthfulness. And based on that, the Jews are then vilified and attacked. And similar things are done to the Christians in chapter 5, in chapter 5 prominently, and other parts. This is what Islam relies on. It relies on deceit. It relies on these fabrications about the other groups in order to rile people up against them and to hate them and to humiliate them and declare that they are actually the ones who are at fault. It's not us. It's not us. We are not the ones who are who are the aggressors. It's because of what they are doing. What they are doing. And yes, they will say we're not doing this, but who are you going to believe, them or us?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. But we do have a powerful response from a wingling. It's not an error. Allah merely made it appear as if Jews don't worship Ezra. Debunked. Also, did AP like Islamic prayer beads back in the day?
I did. I actually had a collection of them. Yeah.
All right, guys. So, yeah, you'd have to say something like this. Maybe Allah is just tricking everyone or something like that. You got to say something like that. But let's go back. Remember what the challenge was, everyone. Remember what the challenge was. We're going to go through some more. But remember what the challenge was. Here we go.
If you think the Quran is so wrong, then read it and find the error. And there you go. If you can find one, you'll be the person who defeated Islam. People have been trying for 1,400 years. Everyone's failed. So if you think you're the guy who could do that, you're the woman who could do that, then try it.
David, congratulations. We are the two men who have defeated Islam here.
We have done it. Again, this is very simple. According to the Quran, Jews say Ezra is the son of Allah. Do Jews say Ezra is the son of Allah? No. So the Quran is wrong. And according to our friend on the Deen Show there, that means that we have defeated the Quran. We're the ones who did it. People tried for 14 centuries, but we were the ones who were actually able to do it. Hats off to us. Hallelujah. 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 Hallelujah.
Well, that's it. We can retire now and just leave it at that, because we have hereby officially destroyed and debunked Islam. However, the problem with this entire challenge is that even if we sat here and I would go so far, and I don't even think it's far. I think it's quite rational. I would argue directly that this Quran verse here, Quran chapter 9, verse 30, is clear evidence. I would even call it proof that the Quran is mistaken, that the Quran has a mistake. And if the Quran has only one mistake, as you just heard from the guy, then it is false. It is a false, an inauthentic book that makes false claims, which means Islam is false. I would say that this single Quran verse here directly disproves the truthfulness of Islam and proves that Islam is actually false. And I don't think I'm going very far by making this claim. I think it's quite logical, even from the Islamic point of view, because that book is the one that says if there were if this was from any other than Allah, you would find in it discrepancies. And if it is the speech of Allah, the eternal speech, the unchanged speech, the perfect direct speech of Allah, then there cannot be a mistake in it. If there is a mistake, then it is not the speech of the eternal, all-knowing Allah. It just doesn't make sense. However, even if we present these things, the problem is that the Muslim response to this will be, well, that's not a mistake, you're just not understanding it. You're just not understanding it. Because here, let me explain how. And then we will go from goalpost to goalpost to goalpost to goalpost to extremely absurd assertions about what this actually means. I just saw an explanation yesterday about how some apologist guy was like, I found the true meaning of Uzair here in this verse. It is actually not Ezra, but it is a figure that is mentioned in the Bible. And if you interpret it this way and that way, you could say that at some point in history, people actually referred to him, but in such a fashion that they would equate him to God. Okay, well, I just want to go back to one point here. Why in the world is Allah obviously talking about what Jews believe in, and including that in his universal eternal revelation here. Don't come with absurd explanations, but they come with absurd explanations because they don't want to accept that this is a clear mistake. They want to hold on to it and present excuses and eventually just ignore it and act like we didn't present evidence, act like we didn't actually find a mistake. Open your eyes, open your mind, be honest, and see it right there. This here is an obvious mistake, and I challenge everyone, I challenge anyone, any known apologist, to go on stage, whether virtual or in person, and debate this very verse and similar verses to get to the bottom of it and to see if they are true or not.
Yeah, and guys, I've been pointing out that there are people who spend a lot of time dealing with Islam, and there are people who want to know a little something about it, or hey, what can we do to help, or something like that. And I always say, hey, you can learn one thing. You can learn one thing and use that. This is a situation where you can learn one thing. So go to Surah 9, verse 30, take a screenshot, point an arrow to it, and just share that. Share that on Twitter. Say, hey, Muslims, what's going on here? Why does the Quran say that Jews say that Ezra is the son of Allah? Why? Why does it say that? And just spread that around until it becomes, the goal is to make things common knowledge. For things to become common knowledge, lots of people have to be sharing these things. You want that to pop up every time Muslims are going. See, keep in mind, when the Deen Show posts a challenge like this, they're still relying on Islam's 99-1 rule, that the vast majority of people have no idea what's in the Quran. They have no idea, that the vast majority of people are not going to look it up. Lots of people are going to listen to this man's confidence. He's putting out this challenge. Oh, he's so confident. This book must be amazing. They can only do that in an environment of ignorance, because once you get to where every time you bring up something, it's, but the Quran is this, how did it get history right? As soon as a bunch of hands go up and go, what about the Quran saying that Jews call Ezra the son of Allah? What's going on there? And then watch them start squirming. We got a couple here. Normal is overrated. Dr. D and AP, this could make a great 10-minute video series, i.e. top 10 Quran errors, top 10 historical Quran errors, top 10 scientific errors, top 10 textual errors, and so on.
I was actually thinking about that. We should, next time we get together, we should sit down.
You want to do one of our classic back and forth videos? Like a top 10 list, but number 10, and then it's you, and then number 9 is me.
Yeah,
and then back and forth like that.
Yes.
That would be cool.
Yes.
Yeah, we could jot down the notes. Hey, if we don't get together beforehand, we are supposed to be in the same area in July at the latest. Because we're going to be recording that Muhammad eating the poison sketch.
Oh yes.
Okay. So yeah, we could have a couple of videos ready to go. But yeah, I like this. I'd like something like top 10 Quran historical errors and top 10 scientific errors and things like that.
I'll make it a note.
Could be that Muhammad heard some Jews call Ezra a Messiah because he helped restore Jewish faith, but Muhammad simply didn't understand their meaning. Yeah, you can propose any sort of confusion that led to Muhammad making the claim. The point is, the real takeaway is either Allah thinks that Jews worship Ezra and call him the son of Allah, and that this is a general Jewish belief. Either that's the case or Muhammad screwed up. And then so you flip it on the Muslims. What happened? Your God doesn't understand what Jews say and what Jews believe, or your prophet screwed up. As soon as you say it's because the prophet screwed up, then guess what? You're out of Islam, because it's not from Allah anymore. It's Muhammad's screw up. But if they say no, this is from Allah, then you got a follow-up question. Okay. So either Allah doesn't actually know what Jews say and believe, in which case he's ignorant and he's just tossing out accusations and calling for violence against people. That's the messed up thing, guys. This is a call for violence against Jews. And this is the justification, and it's false. Think if you had some group over here and they've done nothing wrong. I'm saying this because I saw this in prison. I saw this in prison. Matter of fact, we just talked about this. If you wanted to get some guy a beat down, you just run around and start calling him a snitch. Say, hey, that guy's a snitch, or that guy's a child molester, or something like that. You get some false accusation going against him, and people will go beat the crap out of the dude and stab him based on the false accusation if you can get people to believe it. Well, here's Allah, the creator of the universe, doing the exact same thing. So question is, either he's ignorant if he's going around saying something and they don't say it, or he knows what they say. He is omniscient. He knows exactly what they say, and he's lying about them. Take your pick. Those are your options. But either way, the Quran is wrong. And if the Quran's wrong about that, what else is the Quran wrong about? Am I right?
Yes. We will see. We'll see.
All right. So, you ready to go through a couple more examples, AP?
Yes.
What should I pull up here? What should I pull up? That's a historical problem. Let's go with a little scientific problem, shall we? Here's one. It's talking about dual Qarnayn. It's Alexander the Great. You still have Muslims who say that this is talking about someone else now, even though it's obvious who this is talking about. You can read the Alexander legends, the Alexander romances, which are like fan fiction. They're made up stories, but Muhammad didn't know. But this entire passage of the Quran fits the Alexander romances like perfectly. It's a description of exactly what he does in those stories, which again are not true. They're fake. They're made up stories. Muhammad couldn't tell the difference. But you get down to Surah 18, verse 86. Verse 85. So he followed away. This is dual Qarnayn until when he reached something. What did he reach? The setting place of the sun. So there is a setting place of the sun. There's a place where the sun actually sets. And you can reach it. And dual Qarnayn actually did. He reached the setting place of the sun. He found it setting. Not only did he find the place where the sun sets, he found it setting in a spring of black, muddy, or hot water.
Beast.
And he found near it a people. So there's a place where the sun sets. It sets in a spring of black, muddy, or hot water. And there are people who live there. He found near it a people. We, Allah, said by inspiration, O dual Qarnayn, either you punish them or treat them with kindness. And the passage continues until Alexander also finds the place where the sun rises and so on. What do we think, AP? What are the problems with this? Because I see several.
Whale. Where do we even start? One of those issues is the whole historical aspects of this taking a fantasy narrative about Alexander the Great. That is one aspect of it. The other issue is, of course, that he, Dhul Qarnayn, or Alexander the Great, he walked to the place where he reached the setting place of the sun. Where's that, David?
I don't know.
I want to go there.
I've never been able to find it. Can we get tickets?
I want to go there. I want to see that.
Can we drive there, or do we need to sail there, or do we need to get plane tickets to go there? Because I definitely want to go there too.
But here's the thing. At one time, I was trying to go toward the place where the sun is setting, but it kept just continuing, and it felt like I'm not getting closer to the place at all. And apparently that happens to lots of people, because it seems like there is no such place.
Yeah, that's weird. So look at the multiple problems here, ladies and gentlemen. When he reached the setting place of the sun, so there is a place where the sun sets, dual Qarnayn reached it. So 2 problems already. 1, not only is there not a setting place of the sun, 2, since there is no setting place of the sun, Alexander the Great most certainly did not reach it because there isn't one. So 2 problems already. And then he finds it setting in a spring of black, muddy water. So it's actually telling us where the sun sets, in a pool of muddy or hot water. Guess what? No, it doesn't. So that's false. He found near it a people. Well, no, there are no people there because there is no such place. AP, that's 4 errors. That's 4 errors in one verse.
Wow.
And that's leaving out the problem of the whole passage, that the whole passage presents Dul Qarnayn, Alexander the Great, as a devout Muslim, when that dude was the paganist of all pagans. You cannot be
Yes.
more pagan than Alexander the Great. The Quran presents him as a devout follower of Allah
Yes.
because he was
And then we
popular.
continue, and it even has further mistakes once you go to the other place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's that. Oh yeah, yeah. We could have done the entire show just on. I mean, just on Surah 18, because you also have the sleepers of the cave and so on there. So you have tons of stuff like that. But even just in the passage that's about Alexander the Great, yeah, you have him finding the place where the sun rises. You have him building the giant wall that's holding back the zombie hordes of Gog and Magog, who are still there, billions of them, billions of people of Gog and Magog are stuck behind a wall for all these years, and they're going to be released. They're going to be released later on. This is all nonsense, guys. This is complete nonsense. So, AP, can we conclude that this is an error?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, you haven't considered.
On multiple levels. Plus, also, it's no joke, the whole issue that this is actually taking a legendary account of Alexander the Great, and Alexander the Great was definitely not somebody who would be praised in the Quran. According to the records that we have, he declared himself God. He declared himself divine.
Mhm.
He declared himself Pharaoh.
That's why Dul Qarnayn means the two horned ones. He started wearing the helmet with the two horns on it because he was the representative of a god, because he had been deified.
Yes, that's what he did. He didn't care that much about staying loyal to one culture and one thing. He just was all about uniting and being the deified ruler of everything that he conquers. He wanted greatness. He did achieve it, and it might be that that Muhammad or whoever actually included stuff like this into the Quran or into the narrative took this idea from certain people who, for example, it is apparently at some point Jewish people began seeing Alexander the Great as somebody who is not directly righteous, but who obviously was given the authority by God to rule over much of the world, because otherwise how would he have achieved that? So this was kind of a Jewish tradition at some point, and it might be that this whole idea reached Muhammad and he just totally misunderstood it and thought, oh, this was a good guy, this was a prophet, or something like a prophet, because everyone who is mentioned is sent by Allah, and Allah guides them in whatever it is. We don't know what happened, but this is all a giant mistake, and this is a Quran mistake on multiple different levels.
Yeah, hey, and I looked up because I didn't remember which. I remembered Ammon as far as the god, but I remember there was something weird about it. They call him Zeus Ammon as far as the deity that he's now, I guess, the avatar of, or something like this. But anyone can look up horns of Alexander. This is actually interesting stuff as far as Muslims attempting to respond to this. It says the horns of Alexander represent an artistic tradition that depicted Alexander the Great with two horns on his head, a form of expression that was associated originally as the horns of Ammon. Alexander's horns came with connotations of political and or religious legitimacy, including indications of his status as a god, and these representations of Alexander under his successors carried implications of their divine lineage or succession from his reign. Mediums of expression of the horns of Alexander included coinage, sculpture, medallions, textiles, and literary texts, such as in the tradition of the Alexander Romance literature. Rarely was anyone other than Alexander depicted with the two horns, as this was considered unique to his imagery. So in the ancient world, it was considered unique to the imagery of Alexander that he is the two-horned one, i.e. dual carnane.
Yes.
I'm pointing this out because Muslims want to say maybe it's talking about someone else. What do they say? It said it was unique to him. He's the two-horned one. When you talked about the two-horned one, that meant one person, Alexander, representing Zeus Ammon.
They had coins of him with the two horns.
Yeah.
I think what happens with the whole the whole aspect of Zeus Ammon is because of his Greek Hellenistic origins. He claims to be the son of Zeus, but then in order to legitimize his authority over Egypt as a ruler, he also crowns himself as the pharaoh and declares that he is the son of Zeus and Ammon, or both combined, something like that. Where that's kind of where Hellenistic and Egyptian religious beliefs combine.
Mm-hmm. And so, guys, let's just see what the challenge was originally. What was the challenge from the Deen Show? If we don't want to believe in the Quran, what is it? What was the challenge?
If you think the Quran is so wrong, then read it and find the error. And there you go. If you can find one, you'll be the person who defeated Islam. People have been trying for 1,400 years. Everyone's failed. So if you think you're the guy who could do that, you're the woman who could do that, then try it.
If we could find one, how many do we find right there? One, that dual carnane, Alexander the Great, was a devout Muslim when that guy's pure pagan, and you're calling him dual carnane because of the two horns. That represents him being divine. That represents his status as a god. So one, dual carnane was a Muslim. Two, there's a place where the sun sets. Three, Alexander reached the place where the sun sets. Four, the sun sets in a pool of water. And five, there are people who live there by the place where the sun sets. That's five. That's five problems in a verse. In a verse we're looking at. I mean, that's five errors. That's five blatant, indisputable errors in one Quran verse. And he's saying, if people have been trying for 14 centuries, haven't been able to find one. We just found five in one verse, dude. By the way, I can't resist, AP. I can't resist. There are the Muslims who will respond. They'll ignore all the multiple problems and just focus on like the one where, the sun sets. And they'll go, that's just saying it appeared to him that way. It appeared to him that way. And they'll claim that this is just saying that Alexander the Great reached a big pool of water and there was an optical illusion. He saw the sun setting and it looked like it was going down in the water, but it really wasn't. So they'll say that when the Quran talks about the setting place of the sun, it's not really talking about a setting place, just talking about a place where it kind of looks like it sets. Very strange that Allah in his eternal, perfectly clear speech would make it sound like there's a place where the sun sets and that you could go find it and so on. But let's just read one quick hadith from Muhammad. Muhammad said all sorts of things about the sun, so if you can make sense of it, everyone, maybe you try. He has all sorts of stuff about the sun going around and going under Allah's throne and stuff like that. But right here, Muhammad in Sunan Abu Dawud 4002, it was narrated that Abu Dar said, I was riding behind the Messenger of Allah while he was on a donkey, and the sun was setting. Ooh, cool, sunset with the Prophet. He said, so Muhammad said, do you know where this sun sets? I said, Allah and his messenger know best. He said, it sets in a spring of warm water. It sets what? What sets? It, the sun. The sun sets in a spring of warm water. Keep in mind, this little hadith has nothing to do with dual carnane. This story has nothing to do with what you might see if you went near a pool of water. This is Muhammad saying, do you know where the sun sets? Where does it go? Where does it go when it disappears from view? And one of his followers say, you're the prophet, you know. Allah and his messenger know best. And Muhammad, the prophet, who's called the walking Quran because he is the grade A, greatest interpreter of the Quran anywhere ever. And he clearly interprets 1886 as affirming that the sun sets in a pool of water because he says it sets in a spring of warm water. Not, if you go there, you'll see a pool of water and it kind of looks like it. He's not describing what Alexander the Great saw. He's not saying what you could see in an optical illusion. He's asking specifically what happens to the sun, and he says it sets in a spring of warm water. Point is, Muhammad here is blocking some of the main reinterpretations you'll get from Dawa clowns.
I think there's also a very, very nice thing additionally to that, which is, so one of the earliest interpretations, one of the earliest tafsir Tabari. In later Muslim interpretations, in later Muslim scholarly exegesis, you will find that they start reinterpreting this as a possible, metaphor, or Allah made it appear as if, because it doesn't make sense, because they find out that the sun doesn't actually set somewhere on the earth. But if you go back to the early tafsirs and look at Tafsir al-Tabari, you will see that Tafsir al-Tabari dedicates in the original Arabic very little to this Quran verse, and what it talks about is that there are different opinions on the issue of whether this is a hot spring or a dark spring or a muddy spring, what kind of a spring this is, what kind of a thing it is that the sun goes into, and that there are different interpretations and different ideas on what it could exactly refer to. And it says it could be like a fire, but also mud and things like that. It only talks about this stuff. It never ever even suggests that it only was made to appear as if the sun sets in a muddy spring, or that this is a metaphor.
I'm just looking at some of the comments. Michael Boros says, I peed in that spring. Cornelia says, you see, the sun sets in a spring of warm water. The sun needs to relax in a tub of warm water.
The sun sets in a hot tub.
Justin Sound says, maybe our understanding of the sun setting is too narrow-minded. This quantum understanding of the sun setting in hot spring needs more research. Yeah.
Yes.
Pool of warm water. Why didn't he just say the ocean? Yeah, whatever you're talking about, there's got to be better ways. There's got to be way, way better ways of putting this stuff. So, guys, I'm pointing this out because you've got this verse. And this guy's challenge, he goes, no one's ever been able to come up with an error in the Quran. So we say, okay, this Quran here says, Alexander the Great finds a place where the sun sets in a muddy pool. They would reinterpret everything there. And they would do it knowing that there are other things in Islam that completely rule out the reinterpretation. In other words, once you say, oh, it doesn't, maybe it's just an optical illusion from Alexander the Great or something like that. Okay, Muhammad in the Hadith says the opposite. To what? So is Muhammad wrong? You know better. You're a better interpreter of the Quran than Muhammad?
Yes.
So these are the problems, guys. What this guy means is, if he were talking to some random person who just found out about this and walks up and says, hey, I think the Quran's got an error here, he would be able to do some gymnastics and pretend that it's not an error. Hey, Eddie from the Deen Show. I don't know who that was that you were talking to. You and him are welcome to join us to clarify these things. Obviously, you, Eddie, and whoever you were talking to there, you guys don't believe that these are errors. We think that these are errors. The vast majority of people who are watching right now believe that these are errors. If you think you can explain them, not just to some random person who just saw it for the first time, and you're going to say, oh, what it really means is Alexander the Great saw an optical illusion. If you think you can actually show us that these are not errors, we invite you to a follow-up show going through what we view as errors in the Quran. I don't know how... Guys, think about this. If these guys really believe that these aren't errors and that these things can be explained and made sense of, even if they're responding to critics, why would they not take us up on that? Yeah, you don't like us. Yeah, of course you can't stand us. Oh, because they're just evil scumbags. Okay, but there are plenty of people watching. There are plenty of people watching who, if you explain these things to them, and show them that there's not an error, then they would say, oh, David and AP were wrong. Why would you not want to expose us? Why? We'd like to know.
There is, of course, a lot more stuff to go into. The story of the seven sleepers, also found in the 18th chapter of the Quran, which I think is a great example of a mistake in the Quran. Where, to summarize it briefly, so in Quran chapter 18, verse 9 to the next verses, it talks about these individuals, seven people, or five, six, or five, seven, or nine people, according to the Quran, who were persecuted in a polytheistic environment, and they were believers in the true God, in Allah, and they eventually went to hide in a cave, where they then fell asleep, and they slept for 300 years and woke up. And when they woke up, suddenly the land that they woke up to, from which they just fled, suddenly there was the true religion, the true belief in Allah, and this was beautiful and it was amazing. And then this totally happened and all that. The issue is that the Quran takes this from a tale that Christians were telling around that time, that was, or that some Christians were telling around that time, and that was not generally taken as something that definitely happened, but a legend or an example of something miraculous. And there are still some Christians who believe it actually happened, and they think it was a miraculous event. There are others who think it's just a story to feel good about. The issue is, so the Quran takes this as a fact, but what it doesn't realize, or what the author of the Quran doesn't realize, is that this story is not just about some random land somewhere else. It is about the Roman Empire. It is about the Roman Empire, where these Christian people, where these people convert to Christianity during times where Christians are oppressed under the pagan Roman Empire, and they run away and hide in a cave, sleep for 300 years. They wake up, they go back to the city, and then they realize, wait a minute, what happened here? Wow, everyone's suddenly, finally believing in the true religion and the true God. Wow, hallelujah, fantastic. There's only one problem with this whole issue. Which religion do these people believe in? Which religion do they encounter when they come back to the Roman Empire that has meanwhile embraced the true religion? What do they see left and right when they look at buildings? What do they see? They see the cross. They see people believing in Jesus. They see people believing and praying to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So that is apparently, according to the Quran, the true belief in Allah. However, according to the Quran also, you're not supposed to have that belief, or you will go to hell forever. Make it make sense.
There ain't no making it make sense. It just ain't happening. Hey, here you have a couple super chats here. Apostate Mummy says, I'll go with 1928. You see, Ellen are clueless. Yeah, that's one of the verses about Mary being the sister of Aaron.
Yes.
You have to actually tie to build a complete case. You have to tie a couple verses together. There's even a passage. There are even some passages in the Hadith that are relevant to it. But yeah, that's another big one. That the Quran, the author of the Quran, thinks that Mary, the mother of Jesus, and Miriam, the sister of Aaron and Moses, who are about between 13 and 15 centuries apart, are actually the same person, because in Arabic it's both Miriam, and therefore it's the same person. So yeah, that's definitely a big one.
That's one of my favorites, and I think we should actually revisit that at some point. I made 2 videos on that, very big ones, and one of them is called "One Mistake Destroys Islam," or "One Mistake Destroys the Quran," and I'm personally still very proud of that video. We should revisit that topic definitely, because it's like, I think it's firmly and very clearly an example of a mistake in the Quran, where Muslims try to present different explanations to it, including saying, oh no, when it refers to Mary as a sister of Aaron, it talks about, like family ties and being a descendant of Aaron and stuff like that. But there are just too many issues there.
There are too many problems with it.
while it not just calls Mary the sister of Aaron, it also describes her family and says that the father of Mary, the mother of Jesus,
Imran.
his name is Imran, and Imran happens to be the Arabic of Amram,
Mm-hmm.
which is not the father of of Mother Mary, but rather the father of who we know in the Bible as Miriam, and the father of Moses, the father of Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
What a coincidence!
Yep. It is a huge problem. But yeah, I'm like you as far as going through that more clearly, because basically I just pulled up a couple of examples. I pulled up a couple of examples of Quran errors. But now that I'm thinking about it, because you're talking about, hey, maybe revisiting some of that stuff. Now that I'm thinking about it, because we're finding out what the new Dawa plan is. Right, with Muhammad Hijab, we're finding out what the new Dawa plan is, because their arguments that they've been using for decades have been destroyed because of us, all the people who are involved in blasting away at those arguments. They eventually get to the point where they say, we can't even defend this anymore. Anytime we bring up this argument, people blast away at it. So they have to change. They have to change their arguments. And so the question is, what arguments are they going to use if they've rejected the arguments that they've been using for decades? You're just going to have to find out. If they're going in this direction now, well, the Quran doesn't contain any errors. Happy to deal with that one. Guys, get used to playing whack-a-mole here, because they don't have any new arguments. So they recycle back to older arguments that they were using 20 years ago, when they decided that, arguments like the scientific accuracy and perfect preservation of the Quran are their strongest points and stuff. So we focused on blasting away at those until they rejected those. Now they're going back to like Muhammad's character proves that he's a true prophet. And there are no errors in the Quran. Totally fine with that, because that's fun stuff to talk about. You said, what? Muhammad's character? Well, let's look at Muhammad's character. You're saying, what? No errors in the Quran? Let's take a look at that. So anyway, the point is, we might need to revisit this and be kind of thorough. Do an entire live stream on scientific problems in the Quran. Do an entire program on historical problems in the Quran, or just focusing on like something specific, but going into a lot of detail and going through their possible responses and stuff like that. Indeed.
I like specificity.
Yep. Hey, AP, do you not accept Christianity because of the Trinity of the Father, Son, and Mary? Are you a misogynist or something? Good point. AP is indeed a misogynist.
Yeah, the Quran says very clearly that they are not gods besides Allah, because they used to eat food.
Mm-hmm. Yes, powerful refutations
Powerful argument.
that even though AP rejected Islam, those powerful refutations have always been in his head. The reason we have no record of Jews believing that is because Muhammad set them straight, so it's not a problem anymore. Ooh. Yes, all Jews of the world said, wow, that Muhammad's got a great point. We shouldn't worship Ezra, and they stopped. And so we just have to wonder why it's still going to be the main accusation on the Day of Judgment.
Actually, you know what? I know this is a joke, but even if a Muslim actually became desperate enough to bring that up as a response, that they were those Jews, but after the revelation of the Quran, they abstained from, they changed their beliefs, and that is why Allah sent that down. Okay, we're still left with a big issue here. If it was fixed back then, why is it still there in the Quran? Why is it talking to Jews? Why is it talking about Jews when no Jew believes such a thing?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. AP gets a screaming goat causing him to leave atheism. Blames Israel. Can you guys please dumb it down by about 11 so that the Muslims can actually understand the logic of what you were saying? Jeez, yeah. Try to keep it simple. It is well known that there is a heavy wind on the day of Shavuot, Pentecost. Iran PM security should have known better.
Yes. I think we should make a live stream titled "The Greatest Mistake in the Quran," and then we can go through the whole Mary issue once again. I still think it is the greatest, at least among the greatest.
We should come up with like a top 10, top 5, something like that. We'll go through one or two more before we close out, but let's go through some super chats. I want to know how many rockets were fired by the Hamas and Iran to Israel. Should Israel not have the Iron Dome defense? That is genocide to Jews. Oh yeah, that is an issue. If they didn't actually have superior technology to intercept missiles, how much damage would all the rockets that have been fired at them over the years have done? A lot. A lot. And so, yeah, would that have been an attempt at genocide? Yeah, there's no mistaking the intentions of the people who are coming at Israel. Their intentions are to completely wipe them out.
That is the thing. Like people talk so much about Israel and Israel has been genociding and stuff like that. It was generally the perception in Israel when they left Gaza in 2005 that this is an attempt to try and establish autonomy for the people of Gaza in Gaza. But if things go wrong and if this becomes a big problem, then something, of course, will be done. And so, of course, people expected that if it doesn't work out, and if Gaza becomes a hub for attacks on Israel, then Israel would eventually intervene. However, what happened is Hamas took over, said, "Well, no, we don't recognize any of the peace process. We reject all of this. We will fight, and we will take all of the land, and we will kill you." And Israel, instead of saying, "Oh, well, all right, well, then we're done with this project and going in," instead of that, they started building defense systems and just living with the reality of getting rockets fired at your population for 2 decades. Who actually deals with that? Who actually tolerates that kind of stuff?
Indeed. Anyone with 2 brain cells that reads the Quran can see its BS. No, they see how strong it is. 933 retcons Muhammad's mission. This is huge. It does kind of retcon it as far as earlier in the Quran. It's a lot about Allah has sent different prophets into the world and given them different scriptures, and he wants it this way so that people can compete with each other in good works and so on. And Muhammad's just the guy for the Arabs and so on. And then it's, no, this is the guy who has to silence everyone for saying wrong things and so on, and silence the Jews and silence the Christians and so on. Yep, that is kind of a retcon. AP, agnostic prophet, you're moving up, AP, well done. Indeed. Moving on up. What?
What do you think about the song "I Want It That Way"?
I want it that way. That song?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't
know my kind of music. I don't even know how I know that. Is that in a movie or something?
I don't know. It's the Backstreet Boys.
Backstreet Boys. I knew it was one of those boy bands. Either them or NSYNC. I can't tell the difference between them.
NSYNC always makes me think of Eminem because he had a big problem with them for some reason.
Oh, did he? Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, he mentioned them in his songs sometimes to mock them and insult them.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it's funny. He always made fun of Will Smith, like just random, just attacking. That's funny at the beginning of that video when he has to make an excuse for what he was doing instead of setting fire to that lady's house. Well, I was in my room listening to my Will Smith CD. That's what you do if you want to be a good guy.
Yeah, that was in the Forgot About Dre music video. That's right.
Yeah. We decide what is truth. Only Quran tells truth. And how can you tell us Jews don't believe Ezra is the son of God? Indeed, that would be the response. Jimmy the Jew from Philly. There is nothing in our services focusing on Ezra unless it's the Haftarah Parshat of the week. We also haven't focused on the Eschaton since 200 AD. Yeah, everywhere I go, I can't find anyone who has any clue what the Quran is talking about with Ezra. The most common response we get is, the only thing I know about Ezra is I have a cousin named Ezra or an uncle named Ezra or a grandfather named Ezra or something like that. It's just funny because we were told that would be the response, and that's the response we keep hearing from actual Jews. We're just like, what? You mean like my grandpa Ezra?
One of the
whoa.
The big Ezra is that he was involved in the rebuilding of the temple, right? And that's
yeah,
about
yeah.
it.
He's a person who is important in Jewish history. He's an important person, but there are lots of important people along the way. There are lots of important people who are playing various roles and stuff. So it's just, why does the Quran just zero in on this one guy and just say, yeah, and that's the guy they worship? What? Where's this happening?
Nowhere.
Hey, check this out. This says it's breaking. You can't trust the account because it says Wingaling in there. But it says the president of Iran just confirmed dead, no survivors. So,
Oh, wait a minute.
is it confirmed now?
Rescuers have located the helicopter that was carrying the president of Iran, according to NPR. Iranian state media reported Monday that rescuers have located the helicopter carrying President Ibrahim Raisi and other top officials, with Iranian state television saying there is no sign of life seen at the crash site.
Yeah, the CNN headline is "No survivors found at crash site of helicopter carrying Iran's president." Quit smiling on this Christian channel, you agnostic, evil person. I'm not gonna be sad that this guy who's done nothing but horribly oppress people is gone. But I genuinely would have preferred if he had just been a better person and not.
It is not funny.
All you guys out there who are oppressing other people, keep in mind it ain't gonna last forever. You reap what you sowed, ladies and gentlemen. This guy sowed the whirlwind and reaped the wind when he was in a helicopter. Reaped the whirlwind when he was in the helicopter. Bad time to reap the whirlwind, friends.
Yeah, Reuters says
don't oppress
Iranian
people. Could be a scumbag.
Feared dead as helicopter wreckage found.
Did he say feared dead?
Yeah.
Hey, I said it. I'm not going to celebrate someone's death, but I'm not fearing that he's dead. It's not fearing.
Well, the Islamists fear that he's dead. Are they posting some photos of some heavily religious population, people crying in the streets?
Hey, hey, AP, seriously. If this crash had been anyone in the Israeli government, what would Muslims be saying right now?
You would know exactly. They would be like,
"This is the proof. This is the proof that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has cursed them. You see?"
Holy, ooh, okay.
What?
I just want to confirm very quickly, but everyone, including everyone on board of the helicopter, is almost certainly confirmed dead. And that includes different people, including the president, Ibrahim Raisi, foreign minister, and then an imam of Tabriz, an East Azerbaijan province governor, the pilot, co-pilot, crew chief, head of security, bodyguard. But at least...
Just took out half the Iranian government.
Including the president, 4 quite important people dead.
Wow. Stop it right now.
What?
Because we're sitting here talking about death, and here you are acting like Ali Dawa.
And we're proud of that.
No. What's wrong with you?
This is not funny.
Whereas the rest of us are going, okay, so here's how the war is going for you, and you expect us to believe that your God is really behind you all. And all we can think is,
how about no? I don't buy your Allah.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, okay. Confirmed dead. All passengers of the helicopter confirmed dead now.
Wow.
Iran's reported that no life found. Helicopter wreckage has been recovered, completely burned. No survivors. That's funny.
Eli Copter strikes again.
Eli Copter did it. Eli Copter mission complete.
You'll probably see that from Jake Shields tomorrow. Yes, it was Eli Copter. I read it. I'm surprised Mo didn't put a clause in there that reading the Quran to find errors in is an unforgivable sin, just to scare people from reading into it. That sounds like something that would have been a revelation for Muhammad. D. Wood, even one Muslim got Christ. Your ministry is success. Yes, that is true. Everyone out there who's doing evangelism to Muslims. Yes. Keep up.
I want to clarify. I'm not finding.
Yes,
this
you are. You sick, evil person. What? Go ahead.
No, I am finding it. I am finding it very amusing, but I'm not finding it amusing because it is just because it is like random politician from Iran or Iranian president. But as mentioned earlier, this guy, the president of Iran, Ibrahim Raisi, he was on the prosecution committee in 1988 and is held responsible for the execution of thousands of political prisoners who were perceived as a threat to the revolution, to the Islamic revolution, by by Khomeini and his insane clique, including those. So many of those executed were actually people who helped them achieve the revolution. You know, they were most of them were leftist activists, Kurdish activists, and other kinds of people who helped the Islamic revolution happen because they thought, okay, maybe we are actually going to get somewhere into a better future. But of course, the Islamists betrayed them and started persecuting them and jailing them, locking them up, and actually executing them. And they executed thousands of them as being a threat to the Islamic regime. And this guy is a key figure in that. So this guy he has lots of blood on his hands, and he was set to possibly become the next supreme leader. So I'm definitely not sad.
The more I find out about this guy, the more I don't like him.
Mm-hmm.
Keep up the good fight, David and Ridvan. All of our descendants' futures depend on people like you. That is a good application of that passage that the Quran stole from the Talmud about if you kill one person, it's as if you've killed all mankind because you're killing all his descendants. But if you actually help someone and rescue people from false teachings of stupid fake prophets and so on, you're also helping future generations of that person's descendants, breaking the curse. We are the curse breakers, ladies and gentlemen. We will break these curses that Islam has brought upon people. Tarun says, you guys should watch Sham Sharma's video on Jawaharlal Nehru. That's a former prime minister of India. You will understand the truth about that man and MK Gandhi and why Indians today hate them. I can almost guarantee you, Tarun, that I'm not going... It's not a topic.
I don't even know what you're talking about, Mr.
Not a
Ted.
topic we're terribly interested in. And that's to be clear, that's not me saying people shouldn't be interested in that topic. It's just I think people have to deal with a couple topics if they want to be knowledgeable in those topics. And so we kind of got the topics that we deal with. And yes, there's way more things happening in the world than what we deal with, but these are the kinds of things that we're dealing with. How many Allahs are there? Because he's the best among them. Yeah, he is the best. Allah is the best of whatever Allah is. Eric Barlow, Mary cannot be a descendant of Miriam since she, Aaron, and Moses were of the tribe of Levi. Mary is a descendant of David and from the tribe of Judah. Yeah, there are all kinds of problems. But AP has said we want to revisit it and actually go through all the passages and the Muslim responses, and so we shall. Solitary Emmy says, Allah doesn't even know what Christians believe. It is not the Father, Jesus, and Mary. It is Father, Jesus, Holy Spirit. How can Allah make that mistake? Yeah, again, it boils down to the problem of either Allah's not omniscient or he's a liar. So either he doesn't know what Christians believe and he's getting it wrong, or he does know and he's lying about it. Either way, kind of sucks. My favorite mistake...
He's obviously not a liar, yeah.
Yeah. My favorite mistake, the Quran claims to confirm what came before it. Yeah, it does. And here's the thing. So it's a Quran error that the Quran affirms scriptures that contradict the Quran. But then even if Muslims want to say, no, actually, if you read closer, it's saying those passages are corrupted, then the Quran is wrong again for accidentally affirming scriptures that it's trying to say are corrupted. And so Allah would be the worst communicator ever. So it'd be an error in how he's saying what he really means. So problem is error no matter what.
Actually, the biggest mistake in the Quran is that it claims it came from God.
That's the biggest one. You heard that from an agnostic.
Yes.
Real challenge should be to Muslims to show something accurate in the Quran. Everything is false from history to science. Literally nothing is right. Yeah, that should be our challenge. Show us one thing in the Quran that's actually right that any random 10-year-old couldn't have told you.
We should make a parody of this challenge and just say, "Can you read the Quran and show me one true statement or one thing that is true?" We should just make a parody of this challenge. That would be good.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Do you consider fighting Islam to be your main mission or spreading Christianity? If a Muslim becomes an atheist after listening to you, would you consider it a win? Yes, that's happened. That's happened hundreds of times. That's happened hundreds of times that people have left Islam and become atheists after watching my stuff. So that is something that happens. Why? Well, if I show you that Muhammad's a false prophet, that doesn't mean you're going to agree with me on something else, right? You could say, David's right that Muhammad's a false prophet. I don't agree with him that Jesus rose from the dead and things like that. So you can agree with me over here and not agree with me over there. But yes, I consider it a win. Why? We've talked about this many times before. I'll give you a quick recap. David the Goliath. You take places in the Muslim world where Sharia is being enforced, where Christians and other religious minorities like Hindus and so on are horribly oppressed, where you're not allowed to preach the gospel without being locked up or a mob forming and killing you or something like that. That's what happens if you have populations that are like 90, 95, 99% Muslim populations and so on. They're going to enforce Sharia. What would happen if half the population became atheists? You say, oh no, they're becoming atheists. No. Well, you probably end up with calls for different legal systems that respects people's rights more and respects what people believe and acknowledges that people are allowed to believe different things, right? So guess what? That's better than Sharia. That's better than Sharia. And so I can say, yes, I would love to see tons of people leave Islam. So keep in mind, I'm a Christian. I want people to hear the gospel. I want people to believe in the gospel. But if people are leaving Islam and converting to whatever, and this leads to Sharia collapsing, as we're seeing in Iran right now, there are people who believe all kinds of things in Iran. Islam is a minority position in Islam now. It's only about 40% in Iran. There's only about 40% of the population actually believes in Islam. Other people believe other things. That's why there's this uprising against the government. People saying we cannot have this theocracy here anymore, where you guys control everything we're allowed to say and what we wear and everything else. It's a population that's saying most of us don't even believe that. You need to change the rules here. Guess what? That's good for the future of Iran. That's good for the future of Iran. There might be a long, painful, bloody process, but that is good for the future of Islam. So yes, I consider it a win if people in Muslim countries leave Islam and become anything. Because I'd like to see Sharia collapse.
What if they become Scientologists?
Well, that would be the best of the best. Do Muslims not understand?
What if they join a cult like Jim Jones?
Oh, yeah, that would suck. Do Muslims not understand the trouble Islam is in? Apostasy is through the roof. The holy side of Islam is modernizing. Saudi, Muslim countries looking super weak. Iran, Palestine, the internet circulating their dirty secrets. Yep, we know it. That's why they're in panic mode. That's why they're thumping their chest.
Idris is converting to Islam, yeah?
Tarun says, also, guys, I think you will love my podcast. Not if you talk about veganism all the time.
Yeah, who cares about veganism?
Yeah, we don't care about that stuff. Solitary image. With that, Tarun, we're glad you're here. It's just, I don't know if people are interested in different things. AP, whatever place the Iran president and evil people, jihadi, go is a place I don't want to be in, and Jesus is the only one who can keep us from there.
Alhamdulillah.
You heard it here, AP. Do you want to be with that Iranian president, AP? You want to spend eternity clinging to the hair on his filthy back?
For different reasons, maybe, yeah, but actually, no, not really.
Stephen says, hey, AP, what is your opinion on seeing the historical proof of the events, especially the book of Acts in the New Testament, the Old Testament history books lining up with Jewish and Christian history?
What's your opinion on seeing the historical proof of the events, especially the
book? That's not something you've actually studied, right? Like there are people who go through and write books on going through the details in like the book of Acts and saying, whoa, and actually it was this leader here and it was that leader there. So,
yeah, no, I haven't I haven't ever really looked into or properly studied that.
Oh, hey, here's a good point. Nathaniel says Armin Davabi's next show will be awesome. Yes, it will be.
I
Guys,
know. I texted him earlier this morning, and he was very happy about what was going on, and he was sharing with me stuff that Iranians are doing, like celebrating and fireworks and memes and things like that.
yeah, Armin, I'm sure you got everything covered if you're doing a show, but you've been asking us to come on your show. Happy to come on and talk about this. What Armin actually wants to talk about is what we're just dealing with. Like, hey, can people from different backgrounds all agree and get along as far as dealing with Islam? So we wanted us on because of that. So yeah, Armin, we know you're fine in going over this stuff, but if you wanted to come over on one of our channels or you wanted us over there to talk about this stuff, happy to join you because these are going to be some interesting times. But yes, guys, Armin he's the best channel I can think of for dealing with the Iran stuff. So you definitely want to be following Armin's stuff there. And yeah, it's going to be like Atheist Republic. So, but David, that's an atheist. Yeah, guess what? Christians, atheists, Jews, Hindus, we can all agree. We can all agree that we don't want this person executed for wearing the wrong stuff, or that we don't agree that this guy should die because he hurt the feelings of some Ayatollah or something like that. We can all be on the same page on some of this stuff. So,
yeah, if somebody dies, it should be because somebody else needs food desperately.
Exactly. Wait, am I wrong, or was Muhammad Hijab's interview with that Pearl woman so horrible that you couldn't even finish it? They beat you?
It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. It was pretty
terrible. It was pretty disgusting.
But I also just decided, okay, I think we're done with this because we covered pretty much everything, and I didn't think that there was.
Yeah, you get to the point where you don't think anything is coming up that's going to add anything to the conversation. Yeah, that happens.
One thing that I do want to go into is Daniel Kikuchu was invited by Kim Iverson, who is
really
not
dumb.
Best person out
really
there.
Dumb. I think I've seen some tweets where she sounded really dumb.
Yes. And she invited him on, but then he actually talked about child marriage and defended it. And the comment section was like, "What in the world is this guest? Horrible! What is this? Please don't have these people on." So I saw that, and I want to kind of go through that a little.
Oh yeah, we need to go through that, and we love that, right? These guys are getting all, "Oh, we could become the great defenders of child marriage forever, and we're making a difference." Oh yeah. That's why we love Daniel Hakikachu. Put him on every show. Pierce Morgan, get Daniel Hakikachu on your show specifically to talk about child marriage. He'll defend it.
And I want to draw attention to it. That's why I don't want to let it slip.
That's
I want to talk about it.
We'll talk.
It gets some attention.
We should do that very soon. Make more prophet tales. You heard it here. Quit goofing off.
There's a problem with the production. The guy with whom I made prophet tales, he broke up with me. But he has problems with me now because of the whole war that is going on, apparently. But yeah, it's problematic right now.
No, it's not. What do you think about Smile to Jenna, the guy who feeds grapes to Ali Dawa, which he always used sweat, deception, and fool fellow naives? I can't think of anything I've ever seen from him apart from him feeding Ali Dawa. I may have seen a video from him at some point. I can't think of anything he's ever said, so I don't know anything about him. All I know is that he feeds Ali Dawa grapes.
He's my idol.
And that he gets off on it. What? What else would he be doing? I follow a lot of Christian channels, and I'm starting to see a trend about exposing Islam. Do you think the internet is Islam's biggest enemy right now? Even my church is talking about Islam and exposing it. Yeah, you can. We might need to read it one day. I wrote one of the first articles I ever wrote years before I was on YouTube, before I even had a blog. One of the earliest articles I ever wrote was called "Islam Beheaded: The Information Superhighway and the Death of Mohammedanism." And I specifically said, Islam has just been built upon lies, and all of a sudden we have open access to refutations and so on. It's going to take a while, but this is going to destroy Islam. That was like 2003 or 2004, something like that. It was way back in the day. So, yes, as far as seeing a trend exposing Islam, yeah, notice you got people like Inspiring Philosophy and all these guys who weren't dealing with Islam several years ago, but are now. Guys, that was all the plan. You keep pushing it. You keep pushing the issue, pushing the issue. First, they call you a liar, but you keep pushing the issue until instead of calling you a liar, they start defending it, like something like child marriage. Then they start defending it. Once they start defending it, then other people hear it and they go, whoa, they're actually defending that? They actually believe this stuff? Wait a minute. That's exact. I mean, I was sitting right with Inspiring Philosophy when he was listening to what was being said on stage. He was losing his mind. He said he was about ready to jump out of his chair when he heard guys defending this stuff. And so guess what? They're creating their own enemies by defending this stuff. And then they're going to have to defend it even more because they have more people calling them out. And they're going to have to defend it more. And they're going to go on more shows. And more people are going to go, what? That's what they believe? Oh my goodness, this is evil. And so they're caught in a cycle. And there is no way out except for Islam collapsing.
I feel like I feel happy every single time that we discuss Islam and the topic comes to child marriage, and the Muslim apologist sits there trying to defend child marriage, because it becomes disgusting, but it also shows one thing very clearly. I mean, we debate different ideas, different beliefs. There are so many debates, so many discussions between Christians and atheists, for example. They revolve around quite regular, quite normal things about belief. When it comes to Muslim debates, so many of them revolve around things like child marriage, sex slavery, beating wives, and things like that. This is good. This is good.
Oh, it's
they should
very
keep
good.
it up. They should make it so that every single conversation around Islam revolves around stuff like child marriage, and this does what we want to do to Islam, to expose what it's all the disgusting filth that it is about and that comes from Islam, so that people can see that very clearly and then turn away from it.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Welcome home, Ibrahim Raisi. You are where you belong, with your God, forever, in his paradise, in his hell.
Alhamdulillah.
Pretty mean, but true. You guys should make an Islam apologist tier list. Yeah, we should.
We should.
Good, because I keep talking about these different levels and different tiers of Dawa guys. Guys, please watch the parody song Palestinians Know How to Party on the stream. It's on par with the excellence of the Farfour song. Palestinians Know How to Party. I'll screenshot that. It is a problem playing music on people's stuff because the algorithm picks up that stuff and is quick to like shut down live streams and stuff if they're playing music. Tarun says, not veganism, Israel and Palestine war, and also about Hindutva. So you guys do not listen to Navabila and get fooled. Want to know if you all agree with me? Like you're saying. So you guys do not listen to Navabila. On what planet would be listening to Navabila? We don't even know who that is. Juan Castro says, David, have you ever genuinely prayed for the conversion of Dawa guys like Hijab or Ali? How do you think the Muslims would react if something like that ever happens? Well, they'd be quick. I mean, there's been other Muslim apologists who left Islam. They throw them under the bus in a heartbeat. I mean, I pray for Muslims kind of in general. I don't know if I'd like specifically pray for individual Dawa guys. What are you cracking up laughing at? Probably something horrible and evil.
How did I never see this before? I just looked it up. Palestinians Know How to Party. It's a goofy song. The parody of Tupac's California Love. It's like it just starts.
Oh, Palestinian knows how to party. Yeah, I'll check it out. Shake It Off here. We have just wanted to say hi to my favorite bigots. Yeah, that's the Adventures of Shake It Off. Follow that channel. Good videos over there. Sid Dave says, we need an Avengers team of all non-Muslims to fight Thanos Islam. It hates all of us, and we should be together to fight this demonic force. Yeah, my only problem there is like comparing Islam to Thanos. I think it's pretty weak. And Tarun here says, in case I say some wrong facts, want to know. We're not fact checkers, Tarun. But if anyone here wants to check out Tarun's stuff and let him know if he's saying anything wrong, that's there. All right.
This is tedious. You have to look.
I will check it out. All right. One more quick Quran era because we have to go ahead and close out. We've been going a long time. One more, but I don't want to close out without going because I said we'd cover more. So I'll just pick one more What should I cover? What should I cover? Let me pick a fun one. Oh, here we go. Here's a fun one. Stars. There's a bunch of these passages, ladies and gentlemen. There's actually two passages. So there's a passage from Surah 37, passage from Surah 67, verse 5. This is Allah, starting in verse 6. Surely we have adorned the nearest heaven with an adornment, the stars. And there is a safeguard against every... So what's this about? We have adorned the nearest heaven with an adornment, the stars. There are 7 heavens, keep in mind. And of course, the lowest heaven contains all the stars. And there is a safeguard against every rebellious shaitan. So these are demons. They cannot listen to the exalted assembly, and they are thrown at from every side, being driven off, and for them is a perpetual chastisement. Except him who snatches off but once, then there follows him a brightly shining flame. There follows a demon, a jinn, who steals something. There follows him a brightly shining flame. So guys, look at this. So nearest and we'll go and read 67:5, last one there. And certainly we have adorned this lower heaven with lamps, that's the stars, and we have made these, the stars, missiles for the shaitans, the demons, and we have prepared for them the chastisement of burning. Okay, guys. Are you listening to the song and laughing, AP? Are you laughing about stars being missiles?
No, I'm laughing at. I'm looking at tweets, and I saw a video that says exclusive footage of Mossad agent Eli Copter training for his mission. It's just some religious Jewish guy sitting there.
That's funny.
And playing a game.
Oh, boy. All right. So AP distracting us from the power of the Quran. So, guys, keep in mind the passage here. 67:5. We have adorned this lower heaven with lamps, and we have made these missiles for the shaitan. So the picture you get here from the Quran is stars are missiles. It says it right there, right? We have adorned this lower heaven with lamps. What's he talking about? The stars. You can see that 37:6. Surely we have adorned the nearest heaven with an adornment, the stars. What's he talking about? Stars. We have made these stars missiles for the shaitan, and we have prepared for them the chastisement of the burning. So what's this talking about here? When a demon, and you see in verse 10 there, except him who snatches off but once, and then there follows him a brightly shining flame. Stars in the sky are Allah's defense system for demons who try to sneak into heaven and then hear his plans. And when you see a shooting star in the sky, it's because a demon tried to sneak in to listen to Allah's plans, but Allah grabbed a star, or his angels sometimes, Allah grabbed a star and hurled it at the demon, and that's the shooting star that you see going across the sky. That's what a star is. So a shooting star, according to the Quran, is a star that Allah hurled at a demon. Multiple errors here, but is a shooting star even a star? No, it's not. It's a rock that hit the Earth's atmosphere. It's not a star. It's not an actual star. But a shooting star is a star according to Allah. And when you see a shooting star, which again is a rock hitting the Earth's atmosphere, according to the Quran, that's because Allah hurled a star at a demon who was trying to sneak into paradise. Everyone got that? Everyone understand. Now here's a hadith. It was narrated from Abu Huraira, Sunan ibn Majah. It was narrated from Abu Huraira that the Prophet said, when Allah decrees a matter in the heaven, the angels beat their wings in submission to his decree with a sound like a chain beating a rock. Then when fear is banished from their hearts, they say, what is it that your Lord has said? They say the truth, and he is the Most High, the Most Great. He said, then the eavesdroppers among the jinn, so these are jinns who snuck into heaven to hear his plan, listen out for that, one above the other. So one of them hears the words and passes it on to the one beneath him. The shihab, shooting star, may strike him before he can pass it on to the one beneath him, and the latter can pass it on to the soothsayer or sorcerer, or it may not strike him until he has passed it on. And he adds 100 lies to it, and only that word which was overheard from the heavens is true. So the shooting star is thrown at a jinn who sneaks in and wants to pass on Allah's plans. Because keep in mind, Allah is the best of planners. Allah is the best of planners, right? Allah is the best of planners. So if Allah is the best of planners, then demons obviously want to know what his plans are. And so they try to sneak there. But just so everyone knows what we're talking about here, check out one more hadith and we're closing out.
Yes.
One more hadith here. The prohibition of soothsaying and going to soothsayers. Abdullah ibn Abbas, doesn't get any higher than that, except Muhammad. Abdullah ibn Abbas reported, a person from the Ansar who was amongst the companions of Allah's messenger reported to me, as we were sitting during the night with Allah's messenger, a meteor shot gave a dazzling light. What's that? A shooting star. They saw a shooting star. Just in case you weren't convinced that when the Quran says that a demon who sneaks into paradise will have a piercing brightness chasing him, that this is talking about shooting stars. In case you were doubting that, as we were sitting during the night with Allah's messenger, a meteor shot gave a dazzling light. Allah's messenger said, what did you say in the pre-Islamic days when there was such a shot of a meteor? When you saw a shooting star, what did you say back in the day? They said, Allah and his messenger know best the actual position, but we, however, used to say that very night a great man had been born and a great man had died, whereupon Allah's messenger said, these meteors are shot neither at the death of anyone nor at the birth of anyone. Allah, the exalted and glorious, issues command when he decides to do a thing. Then the angels supporting the throne sing his glory. Then sing the dwellers of heaven who are near to them, until this glory of God reaches them who are in the heaven of this world. Then those who are near the supporters of the throne ask these supporters of the throne what your Lord has said, and they accordingly inform them of what he says. Then the dwellers of heaven seek information from them until this information reaches the heaven of this world. In this process of transmission, the jinn snatches what he manages to overhear and he carries it to his friends. And when the angels see the jinn, they attack them with meteors. If they narrate only which they manage to snatch, that is correct, but they alloy it with lies and make additions to it. So guys, did you catch this?
Yes.
This is Muhammad explaining the hadith. So he's clearly talking about shooting stars. So they saw one in the sky and they said, hey, what's this? And Muhammad says, what did you used to say is going on? They said, oh, we say it's a famous person has died, a famous person being born, something like that. And he says, no, I'll tell you what's really going on. Allah announces his plan. Angels are cheering and they start passing on the information, but demons hear some of the plan. And so this is Allah. When you see a shooting star, it's because Allah or the angels grabbed a star, hurled it at a demon. You heard it here, folks. You heard it here.
Things whenever Muhammad says, oh, no, okay, let me tell you what's actually happening.
Yeah.
You know that he's going to say something completely stupid.
And that's over and over again, right? It's, hey, what did you guys used to say about this? Oh, we used to say this stupid thing, but we know that you're in with Allah and you know, so tell us the truth. And then he says something that's way stupider.
Now let me tell you something that's even dumber, but that's the reality.
So that's where we're at. And again, the issue was, is this an error? Is this an error? What was the challenge? One last time, the Deen Show challenge.
If you think the Quran is so wrong, then read it and find an error. And there you go. If you can find one, you'll be the person who defeated Islam. People have been trying for 1,400 years. Everyone's failed. Mm-hmm. So if you think you're the guy who could do that, you're the woman who could do that, then try it.
We've done it, son. We've done it right here.
Yeah, given this last example we just went through. According to the Quran, stars are missiles that Allah uses to shoot at demons when they try to sneak into heaven and hear his plans. Deen Show, do you agree with that? Do you believe that when you see a shooting star in the sky, that that's an actual star that was hurled at a jinn because that jinn heard Allah's plans, and this jinn is running really fast, but Allah or the angel, they hurled that thing even faster, but that jinn is rushing really quick, like so he can go and share the secret information with the soothsayers. Is that what happens? So if you believe the Quran doesn't contain any errors, then you believe, no, that's actually what's happening. So stars are actually missiles that Allah uses to shoot demons. A shooting star is an actual star. It's not what the It's not what astronomers say. It's a rock hitting the Earth's atmosphere. No, it's an actual star. And it's been hurled at a jinn. That's what we have.
What they do.
Powerful. Anyway, we actually have tons more. We're going to do more shows on Quran errors, ladies and gentlemen, because there are a bunch. And if our friends want to challenge us on this, then we shall gladly meet their challenge over and over and over again. All right, AP, any final thought on this?
Yeah, if this isn't clear, dear Deen Show and followers and friends of the Deen Show, the request or the suggestion here was, if you find a mistake, read the Quran. How about, find that mistake, present it to us, then you will be the one who found the mistake. So by that requirement, we are the ones who found the mistake and who destroyed hereby Islam. So these are clear mistakes. We hereby clearly and definitely with certainty assert that we have presented multiple mistakes, very obvious falsehoods in the Quran. And this proves that the Quran is false by the Quran's own standards and by your standards. Not just by ours, but by your standards and by the Quran standards. That proves that the Quran is wrong and that Islam is false. And people should see this. A lot of people are witnessing this. A lot of people already know this. A lot of people are finding out about this, and know now that there are most definitely faults, most definitely mistakes in the Quran. They take this away and they do conclude that Islam is therefore false. So you guys made an assertion and made this challenged people to find mistakes. We have those mistakes right here. Do you agree that these are mistakes, or do you not? If you don't agree that these are mistakes, would you care to elaborate or to have a discussion or a debate on these issues? Because if not, then we'll just come and present more and more and more and more and more to show to everyone with certainty what we and thousands of others believe is true, and that is that Islam is false. Thank you.
So, Eddie from the Deen Show, did that go the way you hoped it would?
No.
We have way, way, way more. Again, open invitation, Eddie. Bring anyone you want. Happy to go through these. Again, you have no reason not to. You have no reason not to if you think you can actually defend this. We can only assume if you don't want to defend it, it's because you can't and you know your defenses would crumble and that you're just trying to deceive people. In the meantime, until you are willing to debate this, I guess we'll just close out with a song.
Ain't gonna follow no child molester, sex offender, private pretender. Ain't gonna follow no child molester.
Islam's not for me. Islam's not for me.
Islam's
Not for me.
See y'all next time on the Screaming Goats Podcast.